We are recording. So welcome to our game of Invisible Sun. This is Where I Was When the Sky Died adventure, an introductory adventure for players that are either new to Invisible Sun or you don't quite have a full group yet. You're trying to get some more information about it, or you just wanted to join us to have fun with it. Both Ski, the host labeled as list here, and myself, Steve, are co-GMing this one. He is all the creative juices behind everything, and we'll be running you through the adventure. I'm basically the admin lackey person that assembles all the materials and gets everything organized. We are both members of the Monty Cook asset team, the Monty Cook Games asset team, which means that we're basically fanboys. We run demos and explain things about their games, promote those games to people that haven't heard of them before or just want to know more about them. As part of that, you've all agreed to record this session and allow us to distribute it with them. Others will be able to see this. So I just want to go to each one of you and have you verbally acknowledge that you are okay with that. So if you could.
Do I just go down the line, I guess?
Yep,
yeah,
Nychi.
I verbally accept to be
Okay.
recorded.
Pim
I'm also okay with it.
and Michael
I'm okay with it.
and Ski.
Yes, completely.
And what about
I'm an
you, Steve?
extrovert.
Yes. So we're all good with the recording. I will turn the session over to Ski, and he will start the game for you all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Invisible Sun. We are going to start tonight's adventure called Where I Was When the Sky Died by choosing some characters. We sent out a list with pre-gen characters. Hopefully you had a chance to take a look at that beforehand. If you haven't, just take a quick peek now, read through them. They're extremely brief in their descriptions. That's intentional. From our experience with conventions, if we give the full character sheets, we lose 3 hours while people read through them all. Once you have an idea which character sounds most interesting, let me know.
Well, as I said before, I think I would like to go with Gemner Lockwood, a gallant established apostate who channels strength and skill.
Excellent.
I'm leaning towards Glass Mist. Empathetic mendicant weaver who fuses nightmare with her fists. I was trying to find. I have a copy of all the books
From last year?
Somewhere. I was trying to find it because I wanted to see what Heart and Challenge do, and I can't remember off the top of my head.
I was interested in her too, but I'll take Morthed. Am I saying his name wrong? And Ardent.
Morthed? Yes.
Morthed, yeah. And
You're allowed to
Ardent.
change the name. I should change the name. I think we had trouble with this last time too.
I am perfectly fine with his name. An ardent mendicant goetic of spirits of the pale, whose masters the glass claw form. So
okay,
we
so
have two beggars.
I will start sending you guys those links. Is there anybody that isn't able to handle Word format?
Nope, good.
Okay, because I can send it alternately another way if you want. So open up the chat, and I will give each of you your own link for those things.
Got the hat and everything. See, that's what makes it special.
Yep.
Gemner's fun because he's actually related to one of the characters in our regular campaign, so it's fun to have
cool.
Gemner playing here.
Cool. I hope I do him justice.
So let me give you a little background on Invisible Sun before we get started. You are all workers of magic. You are all amazing with your ability. You are children of Visle, the invisible sun. You are able to reach across into the very fabric of reality and make your will known to the world. All of you have at least two ways of interacting with this magic. The first way is through your order or school. You are a goetic, you are a weaver, you are an apostate, you are a maker, or you are a vance. These are the formalized, except for the apostates, ways that you access your magic. Each of you will have a description when you get your character sheet of how you use that magic. The second way you have to access magic is through temporary magic items called ephemera. or longer-term magic items called items of power. You will start with a bunch of ephemera. They should already be listed on your character sheet. We are starting the game in the gray. The world of the reality, the actuality, is split between 17 different subworlds. There's a light side path and there's a night side path that cover the different suns, starting with silver, the creation, and moving through green, which is the sun of life, the blue, which is the sun of mind, indigo, which is the sun of truth or reality. Then we find gray, the sun of illusion and deception, then pale, sun of death, and finally gold, the sun of transformation. You, at one point, lived in the greatest city the actuality has ever known, a massive metropolis called Saturnine, the city of wonder and the city of truth. It is incredible, and if you have any fragments of memory from it, it says that it is the most amazing city that has ever existed, that possibly will ever exist. However, something in your mind tells you things have gone wrong in Saturnine. There's something that happened, but it's all faded away. We're going to start tonight's game with you deep in the throes of the gray sun, the sun of delusion, of loss, of forgetfulness. And you, at some point in your distant past, fled to the world of the gray to hide away from a great and terrible war that raged across all of these suns, light side and night side. At the time, they were looking for people, wizards, sorcerers, children of Vizsla like yourself, to create ever more horrific weapons to use against somebody. You can't remember who it was, but the war has ended, and you, trapped in this shadow illusion of a world where you have cars and mortgages and things like that, are about to wake up and escape back to your true home in Saturnine. Now that you have your characters, we're going to go to the second link that Steve sent out to you, and that has, it is the third one, the character background form. If you haven't clicked on it yet, go ahead and click on that. This will take you to, it's basically a Mad Libs.
You're breaking up, Ski.
I don't know if Mad Libs is a thing in where. Do you know what Mad Libs is, Pim? Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you again.
Okay, good.
You might want to switch to your phone just preemptively to keep you from dropping out while we're
All right.
going
While
through.
I go and get that ready, if you could take a look at these characters. This is basically a Mad Lib. Go ahead and fill out the Mad Lib for who you are while you're here, trapped in the gray, in the world of finance and politics and ships. And I mean, it could be from any time, Roman era, the future, from right now, 1920s London, anywhere you want it to be. But go ahead and fill that out, because that's where we will start our game. I'm going to go get my phone so we have an alternate way of me talking.
And Michael needed a copy of the spell effects by level. I think, was Morthed a Weaver as well? Or was that
He's a goetic.
Tyvex? He's a goetic. Okay. So if you do need any resources that you don't have locally, let me know.
You want to say hello to everybody? Hi, kitty cat.
You cannot own a cat. So you want us to fill out the character background completely and read it back to you in a sec?
Yeah, that would be great.
All right, cool.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent. So I will use my phone rather than the computer, as it seems to eat more bandwidth that way. Has everyone taken a few seconds to fill out the Mad Libs form?
They're working on it now.
All right.
Thank you.
At the end of this, it's going to ask you for a shadow skill and for a memento. The memento can be any small thing or even a much larger thing. If you wanted to have a car, cars or bikes or something were really important to you, that could be a memento as well. But something fairly portable. The shadow skill you don't need to choose. We can kind of discuss that when we're in the middle of the game. If it's something that is confusing you, and skills in Invisible Suns can be a little confusing.
I do have a question. So
Absolutely.
Just out of curiosity, when they say my real name is that different than Morthed?
Correct. So the very first name that you fill out here would be Morthed.
Okay.
And later down below, when we're talking under the light of the gray sun, then you have a name that was here in this illusory world.
Perfect.
All right. I think I'm ready to read it back to you if you want.
That sounds great. Let's do that.
All right. My real name is Gemner Lockwood. I fled Saturine and the Indigo Sun to escape the war. I traveled to the Grey Sun and submerged myself in an artificial life because I had a debt to one of the Garants who runs the district.
Nice.
And he sent some of his men on me to collect my debt, so I had to flee. Under the light of the Grey Sun, I was someone else. I was someone mundane, an illusionary family and illusionary friends. While there, I worked hard at my career. In this shadow life, I was known as John McMahon. I was a gold digger during the gold rush in America. I left my life in the old country behind to find my fortune, but as seems to be the case for me usually, I didn't find any fortune. All I found there was a lot of trouble.
Excellent. I love that.
Nice.
That's wonderful. Is anyone else ready?
It's okay if you're not ready yet. The fact that you guys have picked characters puts us like an hour ahead of schedule.
Yeah. Regain a bunch of time that way.
Nice.
Again, what's the shadow skill?
It is a skill that will carry from this illusory world over to the one in the actuality.
Does it have to relate to your job?
It should relate to your character in the gray somehow. If you were a mechanic, you could carry some form of mechanical skill back over. If you were a linguist, you could try to bring some linguistic skill or something like that over. If you were a soccer player, you could take dodge or something like that. The game is pretty fuzzy on a lot of the skills, so we'll find something that works. And if you choose something that turns out to not be interesting or useful, we'll allow you to retcon. Invisible Suns is very flexible that way.
So for my shadow skill, I've got two choices. One is the most obvious one, is prospecting, for finding for search for rare minerals and gold. But I think maybe a skill that would be more interesting in the game is maybe gambling, because I have a feeling I was a gambling addict in Shadow as well, and that's an opportunity to get into a lot of trouble. So
that is perfectly acceptable. If you do take prospecting as a skill, what I'll do is I'll allow you to have some of the maker-like ability to find items, catalysts, stabilizers, the things that makers are usually always on the lookout. You'll be able to find them just lying around as you adventure. So
okay. Yeah, but if we had a maker in the group, it would be kind of cool.
I agree.
I think I'm gonna.
What it could do is it could get you some extra money. That's about the most it could do. Is you could turn some of that into extra cash. But same thing with gambling.
Well, gambling can also get you. Gambling creates adventures. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
There we go.
I'm gonna go.
That into the Garrets, who then chase you out of Saturnine.
I mean, nobody said I learned anything from my time in Shadow. So we gotta go for gambling after all. Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, Michael, go ahead.
Well, I say that, but now I got to find the background so I can put my answers over it. Okay. My real name is Glass Mist. I fled Saturnine and the Indigo Sun to escape the war. I traveled to the Gray Sun and submerged myself in an artificial life because high-ranking generals were disappearing, so I decided it would be better to have amnesia and be alive than to be dead.
Nice.
Under the light of the Gray Sun, I was someone else. I was someone mundane with family members and friends, illusory, of course. While there, I worked hard at my career. In the shadow life, I was known as Jackie Chan. Movie star. Recently, in my fake life, things started to get a little strange. I would hear voices, have vivid dreams of a surreal city under an indigo sun, dream of flying and commanding unseen energies as naturally as breathing. One day, it just struck me out of the blue that I was trapped in a lie, and with that realization, I remembered my real name and was pulled back to Saturnine.
And we're gonna actually role play that part.
Okay. My shadow skill is stunts with style. Nice. And I brought a memento of my years in the gray. It is a challenge coin from the Jackie Chan Action Movie Awards.
Wow.
Wonderful.
He's going right for it.
Yeah. I'm going to be somebody. I'm going to be something big.
I just made random things up, so I think I am ready-ish.
Okay, go for it.
So my name is Morthed. I fled Saturnine and the Indigo Sun to escape the war. I traveled to the Gray Sun and submerged myself in artificial life because I was trying to find my family. Under the light of the under the light of the Gray Sun, I was someone else. I was someone mundane with illusory family.
Illusory.
Yeah, illusory family members and illusory friends. While there, I worked hard at my illusory career. In this shadow life, I was known as Dave Pierce. and I was a physics teacher in the 1990s. Recently in my fake life, things started to get a little strange. I would hear voices, have vivid dreams of a surreal city under the indigo sun, dream of flying and commanding unseen energies as naturally as breathing. One day, it just struck me out of the blue that I was trapped in a lie, and with that realization, I remembered my real name and was pulled back into Saturnine. My shadow skill is Kali. It's a Filipino stick and dagger fighting style.
Oh, sweet.
I brought a memento of my years in the gray. It is a stick.
That's the first time someone has taken a stick as a memento. Congratulations. Nobody will be impressed until you beat their ass with it. Then they'll be like, oh, now I see. All right. What we're going to do now is we are going to have you escape from the gray. While you were in the gray, your memory of Saturnine, your memory of your ability to do magic, of your friends, of your family, of your real house back in Saturnine, have all become fragmented and drifted off. How severe a memory loss it is kind of up to you. But the way the Great War ended was with a super weapon that erased all memory of exactly what the war was and who was on what side. So you really don't remember, General, which side you were fighting for, or if you were the good guys, or if you were the bad guys, or what the war was about, or anything. So you're not going to be able to remember specific parts about that. But how much you remember of the rest of your life is up to you. That will be a personal choice. What I would like to offer you here is, for any one of the players here, I would like to narrate an example escape from the gray, if you would like. Otherwise, what would normally happen is I would narrate one player's escape from the gray, and then using that as kind of a vague template, you could each describe your own escape from the gray for your characters, where you woke up and realized, oh my gosh, this is all an illusion. How did I fall for it? Is there anybody who doesn't want to narrate their own escape from the gray? All right, so I'm just going to give you a sample escape from the gray, and you can use that to hang your own narrative from. And then we'll go around and you'll each have just a couple of minutes to describe how you have escaped the gray yourself. So I was a tattoo artist. I worked off of Lake Street in downtown Minneapolis in the 1980s. It was a heady time, great time to be alive. Even if Minnesota seemed kind of boring, it was all just there for me. I was able to party. I was having fun. I really wasn't concerned about life. One day, I was stoned out of my mind. This kid had come in off the street. He didn't have much money, but he had the most rockin' idea for a tattoo. And I dizzily replied to him that I would be happy to make that tattoo for him for free. He sat down in the chair and he started droning on about his friends and his life. And I may have been a little stoned. I didn't hear it. It became this background noise, like crickets chirping really loudly. Or maybe that was the tattoo gun. And I started giving him the tattoo. And as I was doing it, the arm came into being as I tattooed the arm. And as I started tattooing the body of the extremely stereotypical woman that he wanted on his arm, it started moving, its hands changing and pointing to different places. And I found the thing I was making wasn't what the kid had asked for. Instead, the tattoo I was tattooing directed its own creation. And after an hour, I realized that this thing I was looking at, covered in blood, was me, but different. I knew it instinctively as soon as I saw it, that the face was mine, the body was mine, but the tattoo wasn't some loser getting stoned and tattooing kids for free on a Saturday. He was a magician. I was this. And as soon as I remembered that, I remembered my name. I remembered this city under a violet sky. I remembered friends and family I'd forgotten. I remembered I could do magic. And as soon as that thought struck me, I heard this voice from far off, and it said, "It took you long enough." And I recognized it as the warden of Indigo, the warden of Indigo. And this door opened somewhere far off and yet impossibly close to me. And I turned away from the kid, who at just that instant was saying, "What the shit is this? That's not what I asked for." And there was a door. And I said, "Well, learn to tattoo yourself, kid. I gotta go." And I stepped through the door into Saturnine. So that is an example of an escape from the gray. Doing something mundane, something happens, something magical, or something's just kind of off, and it's an itch you can't scratch, and you slowly peel away the covers of this illusion. And then a call back to Saturnine, and a return through a door or through a magical symbol, or however you want to describe this. Don't let me limit you. This is a fun first chance for you guys to throw some narrative onto the character that you have. Would anyone like to start?
I'll go.
Absolutely. Pim, go for it. Thank you.
All right. So, how to start this? Yeah. So, just another day for John McMahon. Waking up, still a little drunk from the night before, pounding headache, pounding black eye. It's a bad time, but gotta go to work. Get up, pick up my big old shovel off the floor, step outside. It's a dreary, overcast day out here among the rocks in the mountains, looking for that nice little nugget. That one nugget that'll get me a couple more dollars, get me through another day. Go down to the river, start digging, start shoveling, start looking through the rocks. But the drink the night before was stronger than it normally is. It gave me dreams, weird, strange dreams of a strange place. It looked like this. It had cities, it had streets, but it was still very much different. And that same weird dream still echoes in my mind right now, as I dig around the dirt looking for a nugget of gold. I hear voices behind me, angry voices that I vaguely recognize. I think they are some of the guys I was gambling with the night before. And as I turn around, I see them walking towards me, and they don't seem particularly happy with me. One of them has got a black eye like me. Another doesn't have any teeth anymore, which might have been me, which might have been, the food in the time. And all of them are brandishing some kind of heavy object, and they're stepping towards me. And as I look at them, two of them seem to be shifting, seem to be changing. One of them grows taller, larger, bulkier, and seems to now have the face of an elephant. Another, instead, seems to be thinner, but not thinner in the broad sense. Thinner as in he's missing one of his dimensions. He seems to be in 2D, stepping towards me very, very awkwardly, very wooden-like. This strange vision in front of me takes me aback, and I stumble backwards, sloshing into the river behind me. And as I step back, I trip, fall backwards, and go down into the river, carrying me away. There in those cold waters, hitting my head on a couple of stones here and there. The dreams the night before once more come to me. And I think I've seen that 2D figure in the Elephant Man before. In not much different circumstances. There were angry people, they wanted something from me. But I was different. I was someone else. Someone better? Maybe not the right word. But more interesting, definitely. And I remember back to the man I used to be, Gemner Lockwood. An adventurer. A wielder of strange magics. Every bit the troublemaker John McMahon is, but at least with magic. So that's got to be better than this. And as the river carries me away, my last breath seems to exit my lungs. And the next thing I know, I take a gulp of air, lying somewhere in a city street. Strange people and strange sights walking around me. I'm still wet, but the river's gone. The gold rush is gone. And instead I'm surrounded by the greatest city of all, the city of notions.
I am going to actually put you someplace different. But that was
All right.
awesome. Yay! Thank you.
Thanks.
Who would like to go next?
I could go, sure.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, so just another day on set, filming Rush Hour 5. The 3 and 4 went straight to video. But I was choreographing a scene and also in the scene, because that's what I do. And time, like it always does, kind of slows down. I always get this feeling, and it kind of helps with the choreography. So that's just normal. But as it was happening, I had this vague realization that I feel like I could somehow see relationships between the people that are doing the choreography. I can't do it, but I remember doing it. It's really confusing. And continue going on with the choreography, doing the stunts, causing myself more pain than I need to. I also remember it kind of floods back, like the scenes and the memory of helping other people get strength, and just all these things that I could do. And it's like, wow. So as I'm realizing these things, a little voice in my head is just like whispering away. And at first it's kind of shocking, and then it's like, well, this whole thing is weird anyway, so I'm going to listen to the voice. So in the middle of choreography, I just leave the set and run away, do some parkour to get out through an entrance that I'm not supposed to. And I get to an alleyway, and there's a puddle from the rain the night before. And I look at the puddle, and it's just a puddle. I look back to see if people were following me. Nobody was following me. I look back at the puddle, and there's a city there. And I step into the puddle.
Excellent. Thank you. Nychi, you ready?
Yeah, okay. I'll tell my story. So my name is Dave Pierce. I'm a physics teacher. Well, specifically, I'm an associate physics teacher at Foxborough High School in Massachusetts. It's the day that I managed to, I guess, leave the gray was one of the best days and also one of the worst days of my life. I remember as I was finishing up my classes for the day, I was getting an official promotion, and I was going to become an actual teacher at the high school. My coworkers and I have gone out for a drink to celebrate the evening. I may have been a little bit more trashed than usual, and my friend Dan decided to drive us both home because he was one of the designated drivers. On the way back, we were driving and talking, and from across the way, we see lights coming into our lane. It was within the second, the car across from us crashed into ours, and we flipped 3 times over the side of the road and hit a car. I had a lot of trouble pulling myself out. When I look back, my friend was still in the car, but bleeding, and obviously had not made it. I thought about the experiences that I had in this world, and I thought about what I'm going to do from this moment forward, and I realized that this wasn't real. In fact, none of this was real. I came here to try and find my family, and I never succeeded. And in that moment, the ground started sinking underneath me. I tried to grasp at air, but I couldn't. And last moment, I managed to grab a stick, a very, very large stick nearby, and try and track it down with me. within within the next moments, I woke up and I wasn't where I was anymore. I was, I guess, wherever the GM is going to put me.
Thank you.
And that is my story.
Thank you. Excellent.
Nice. Truck Kun strikes again.
So now we're going to move into your first experiences back in Saturnine. The trick with the gray, the thing that you find hard to remember or imagine, how could you have fallen for an illusion in the gray, is while you're in the gray, it seems very real. But even just lying here, unconscious or regaining consciousness in Saturnine, you can already tell the difference. The difference between the actuality and anything, no matter how amazing in the gray, is one of what's called qualia, of pure experience. If you think back to any point in your life as players and think of some day where the air just seemed so amazing and fresh and crisp that it stuck into your brain, or where the sunset was so gorgeous it burned itself through your memory into your very structure, into your DNA. Everything in Saturnine is that. Everything has this incredibleness to it. No matter how stupid it is, the cockroach on the sidewalk that somebody stepped on has all of this amazing reality. The sky above you, the clouds, the walls, the trees, the guy walking by whose head is a goldfish, they're all filled with colors and sights and scents that are more real than anything the gray can come up with. And it just, you kind of have to shake it off. How did I fall victim to it? And while you're all lying there on nice green grass with rich petrichor smell of recent rain, you hear a voice, a very polite, kind old voice from somewhere nearby says, "Ah, well, that works. If you'll excuse me, I need to borrow all of the magic that you didn't use while you were away. This may hurt." And out of your bodies, with the same terrible qualia incredibleness that everything here has, you feel magic, however many years you've been gone from Saturnine, ripped from your body, pulled from every cell, pulled from your soul, and directed towards, you lean over a little bit, turn your head, and you see that you are near a statue, or a series of statues of children running and playing, arms connected, looking up towards the sky. One half of their face is in pure ecstasy, and one of them is in absolute, the other half is in absolute terror. They're both looking up to the sky as if there is both the promise of something terrible and the promise of something amazing there in the sky. And you see your energy ripping out of your body, going to the center of this ring of children, and a beam shoots up into the sky. All of that qualia that I just explained to you about suddenly disappears from the sky. It's still everywhere else. All of the buildings, the air, all of this is normal, but you can feel that somehow or another this beam has removed the qualia, has killed the sky, as if the sky itself, the clouds, the air up above, had a spirit, and somehow or another you have just been used in its murder. The kind old voice continues. Consider this revenge of a sort, General. Now, in order to complete this, one of the three of you is a key. I can't have you undoing what has been done, so I'm afraid that without expending the far too great of time to figure out which one of you is the key, I will simply have to murder all of you. This is my friend. You're feeling the muscles starting to respond, the ache in your bones, and you feel that any second now you're about to regain control of your body and you'll be able to do something. You turn your head to the side and you see this nightmare made of darkness. It has a single eye with a monocle in it. It's wearing a fancy top hat. The neck itself is impossibly large, as broad as the chest, and where its face should be, there are only jagged, irregular teeth made of darkness. The body is wearing a suit. It has nice trousers on, quite proper shoes, and it has white, spick-clean gloves, and it's holding a little walking cane. It looks at you and goes, "This is my friend, Jack Sharp, and I'm afraid he will be killing you soon." Anyways, as soon as this is done, I wish you the most damnable of hells. And he takes a step back. This is where you regain control of your body. However, if you take a look at your character sheet, one very important attribute of yours is currently at 0, and that attribute is sorcery. Sorcery is the attribute you use to power all of your magic. Now remember earlier I described that we had ephemera, temporary magic items, and then you had your magics. You also have something called forte, which is a special ability that each of you possesses that is fairly unique. You can use forte, you could use your general magic if it doesn't require sorcery, and all general magic requires sorcery. For the first round of this combat, it may be wisest to use one of your ephemera, and it would be a good idea to show you that ephemera are here to be used. You can get them back very quickly. It takes maybe an hour or so for each ephemera or incantation that you have to use, and these things, like magic items in other games, don't require the expenditure of your personal sorcery pool. So I'd like you to take a look at what you have, what you'd like to do. As long as it doesn't require sorcery, you could give it a shot. I'd like to point out another attribute of yours. You have an attribute called sortilege. Sortilege is kind of like, for the gambler here, Gemner, is kind of like playing dice with the universe. You say, well, I want to have a chance of getting a different result. And you can expend a sortilege onto almost any action you do except for casting spells in order to roll a second dice. The dice we're going to be using in this game are 10-sided dice. And if you use sorcery or if you use sortilege, I need you to identify which dice represents the normal action and which dice represents the sortilege or magic. So we have Jack Sharpsmile, who is the monster here. He has injuries, he has wounds, he has special abilities that he will use to try to eat you up. The game itself doesn't come with an initiative system. However, I found that annoying, so we are going to add an initiative system. I would like you each to roll a single D10. If you wish, you could spend sortilege on this to have a second D10. It's up to you. If you would like, you can spend movement bene. If you look at your character sheet, you have a bunch of attributes: physicality, intellect, sorcery, sortilege. These are pools, and you can temporarily reduce them by 1 in order to get what's called a bene, or a single +1 to your roll. And if you were rolling multiple dice, that +1 adds to all of your rolls. If you have a skill, which initiative is not a normal skill in the game, so none of you have it, but if you had initiative, you would add it to this skill roll. So why don't you go ahead and roll that D10 for me now, and let me know what you got.
Quickly gonna grab the dice out of my black cube.
Absolutely, no worries.
I just wrote a D10 on Google. I got an 8.
Sounds great, thank you. Thank you. Oh, and so just so you know, even though they are D10 dice, the 0 is a 0, and the 9 is the highest you can roll. So Glass Mist, you just rolled a 0.
I think you got your headset up there, Gemner. Can't hear you.
Sorry.
There we go.
Yeah.
Much better.
Yes. Yeah. We need a black cube in the background for support, right?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Always good.
All right. So it's initiative skill, and you can use movement as a bonus. You said.
Bene? Yep, you can.
I will use 1 movement bene as well, and no sortilege. Oh. So that's a roll a 7 with +1 for movement then. So that's 8.
Excellent. All right. On 8, both Gemner and Morthed go. So how about we start with Gemner. Gemner, what would you like to do?
I would like to pass it along to Morthed.
Morthed, what would you like to do? And it's perfectly acceptable if you want to say, I want to pass that along to Gemner. We can just keep doing this back and forth. It's amusing.
You know, just need them like 1 minute to read my family.
They've got to catch up on their characters.
Oh,
Mm.
yeah.
It's almost like this is the first time you've seen these characters and you don't know them from the very basics of their art.
Yeah.
Granted, their art looks really cool, so I assume
Thank you.
There's all
Yeah.
Steve. He's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, but we are forgetting a step. One of the fun little pieces of this game is
Yes, sir.
the Sooth deck. The Sooth deck is a fun little way of kind of squirreling everything up. In case the game was too normal, we have the Sooth deck to help us along. Since it is not yet your turn, Michael Glassmith, how about you tell me how many cards you want me to go down in this to pull? Bottom one, top one, middle one, whatever you want. I can't hear you.
We
You're
can't
on
hear
mute.
you.
I keep muting myself because there's 9 kids that live in the house next door. Sometimes they get loud.
9.
9 kids, yeah.
You can
Crazy.
stay unmuted, and if it becomes an issue, we can let you know.
Okay, cool. 3 from the top.
3 from the top. One of those 3. The card you have drawn is called the Unwelcome Child.
That sounds like fun.
It is an apprentice. So do you see this symbol right here? If you have that symbol on your character,
That would be
Oh, family of
notions.
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 Yes.
Yes. If you have the family of notions, normally that means this card would apply especially to. However, unfortunately, this is the apprentice. So everybody who is the family of notions gets a -1 on all their actions this round.
I was preparing
Alrighty.
stuff. What's the name of the card, Ski?
The Unwelcome Child.
And we are on the path of silver right now, right?
Yep, this is the Silver Sun, which won't make a difference since this one doesn't have magic with it. All right.
Right.
So, Morthed, that drops you down to a 7 initiative. It's back to you, Gemner.
All right. So my best option is right now is to use something to help me run away, but that's not the person Gemner is. Gemner is a
That's
man of
right.
action. So Gemner picks up the one object that he was holding when he came through his shovel, and fuck it, I would like to charge at this big monstrosity.
Excellent. All right, so you can go ahead and attack.
Yes, I
It
will.
is a single D10. You can add accuracy in order to Benny from accuracy in order to add +1 to your attack. If you'd like, you could also add sortilege, which would give you a second dice. So then you'd be rolling 2 dice instead of 1, each of them at a +1. I'm assuming you don't have a shovel skill?
I
Could be your shadow skill.
Nah, well, it's a
Yeah,
gamble
that gamble.
to attack an unknown person, so
No, we're not going to allow that. No.
no. I was thinking maybe use my skill de jour, but it's not for attack skill, so that's not. All right, we're gonna roll. Just add 1 accuracy for the attack, and that's it, and we'll see how it goes. All right. I rolled a 4 with 1 from accuracy. That's a 5.
A 5. This is a level 5 monster, so that actually hits.
Yeah.
It is a medium weapon, so that will do 5 points of damage.
5.
Minus whatever armor Jack has.
Cool.
What time of day is it?
It looks as though it is morning.
Okay, cool.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you get things done. Oh, you are.
Both the older gentleman, Mr. Papadem, and Jack Sharpsmile both look a bit surprised that you just hit him with a shovel. Not what he was expecting. He's like, well, I did take your magic. I shouldn't
Come
be
on.
surprised. Nice.
Come on. Now.
That is not a shovel.
It's kind of a
Martin,
show.
back to you.
Whose turn?
Your turn.
Oh, really? Okay.
My
Just
suggestion is using an ephemera, or if you don't have an ephemera, you can also take a rest. You can take a 1-action rest, which will restore 1 pool. So you could restore your sorcery, so that way next round you could cast a spell. Sorry,
Can I do my forte of ability?
Sure, absolutely.
Uh,
What is your
which
forte ability?
It's called the first form.
Oh, yeah.
So allows my martial arts attack to inflict +1 damage, reflected
good.
in weapons. Apparently, I have machetes.
You have machetes. They appeared on you when you reappeared here.
So I look down on my body and I see that I have additional weapons that I didn't notice before. I unsheath them, a pair of machetes, and I attack. So
right.
what do I roll?
Roll a single d10. If you would like, you may spend a sortilege in order to get a second dice. However, anytime you use magic or sortilege, because sortilege is a form of magic kind of, you have a chance of causing flux. It's totally worth it. Flux is at the level you're playing at right now is more fun than dangerous, but later on it'll get dangerous. So go ahead and roll the d10. If you want to spend a sortilege, you can. You get a second dice.
I might as well just try. I'll roll 2 d10s.
Do you have a skill in martial arts?
How do I find that?
You do.
Out?
You took Kali as your skill, right?
Yes.
So that's a +2. You get to add +2 to this attack.
Oh, okay. So I'll roll 2 dice and then add 2 to it?
And because your forte gives you, that gives you damage, bonus damage.
Each die gets rolled separately, so you'll add the 2 to each dice.
Okay. So I rolled a 1 and a 9.
All right. So the 1 becomes a 3, the 9 becomes an 11.
Okay.
Because you added +2 to each of those dice.
Right. So do I hit?
You do. So what we do is we take the highest of them.
Okay.
If you had just rolled a single dice, then you would have missed. But because you spent the sortilege and you got that 9, you hit with that one.
Isn't there something with magic dice too? Yeah,
and if the magic dice roll a 1 or a star, a 0. If they roll a 0, then you get a flux on them.
Okay.
The first die was the 1, the second die was the 9.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing the second die was the magic die?
Second dice was the magic dice,
okay.
Yep. And if you could keep that in mind, always remember to say this one's the real dice and all of these other ones are the magic dice. That would help.
Yeah. Okay.
So the base damage on a machete is 3. Because of your martial arts, you do an additional +1. And I believe Morthed has the ability that allows them to merge both attacks into one.
It says +1 hit, 5 damage, 2 attacks per turn, 4 crystal apiece. I don't know what that means.
That's just the value of those.
Oh, okay.
That's the cost.
Yeah, so
that's 5 damage.
5 damage +1 because I inflict additional damage.
6 damage.
Haha! Don't underestimate me.
Morthed doesn't need any ephemera.
So Gemner runs up, punk, hits him with a shovel. Jack Sharp looks at him like, and Morthed, coming out of nowhere, Trunk puts 2 machete right in the thing's back. It's like, it's not dead, but it is really messed up.
Impressive, man.
It's still not its turn. So that is on initiative 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. On 3, Mr. Papadem says, "This is not at all how I expected things to go. I am very disappointed. Since so far Morthed has done the most damage." He looks at Morthed and he goes, "A gift of snakes for you." And both of your machetes turn into snakes and start attacking you. What I need you to do is roll a resist. You should have, I don't know if Morthed has a resist skill, but if you want to take a quick look in the skill section.
I do not.
Resist.
I do not.
In that case, just go ahead and roll a d10.
Okay.
If you'd like, you could spend a single point of intellect to add a +1 to this roll.
I'm good. I rolled a 9, but I wasn't going to anyway. I wrote it before I even made this. Know what I was doing. Yeah.
Because we're still under the effects of.
So it's an 8.
It's an 8, but that is way more than enough to resist his spell. It turns out this was just a mental illusion. It doesn't act. Your machetes are just fine. You shrug off the illusion, and nothing happens to you. That was on 3. 2-1 on initiative 1. Jack Sharp finally goes. Everybody, I would like you to look at your character sheet for a skill called Dodge. If you have a skill called Dodge, you may add that to this next roll. Go ahead and roll a d10. If you wish, you could spend points from movement, 1 point from your movement. Could I use
stunts with style?
Yeah, I'll allow you to do it on this one.
Cool.
So he attacks everybody?
He affects everybody. He has an area of effect attack.
Oh dear.
Okay, I'll spend a movement. So I rolled 2?
No, you roll 1, but you get a +1 on that.
Okay.
Because you spent a movement, Benny. The only time you add an additional dice is if you roll sortilege, if you spend a sortilege, which you could do if you really wanted to dodge this.
I rolled another 9. So that would have, what, +1 -1, right? So 9.
So 9 again. Sounds good. Gemner?
I got a 3 total.
3 total. That is less good. Glassmist.
I got a 4 total.
Oh, that is so close. If Benny would have saved you. It has a 5 attack on this. Jack Sharp takes one hand, and almost like he's somebody trying to entertain a kid, he puts both hands over that giant, horrible mouth of his, and when he pulls his hands away, the mouth is gone. It's just darkness. His mouth has appeared underneath you as a pit in the ground, trying to trap you in his mouth as you fall into it. Gemner and Glassmist, you each take 5 points of damage.
Bloody hell.
Don't believe either of you has armor. So you have 3 points of injury and you have 3 wounds. So as we start counting the damage, the first one goes to an injury, the second to injury, the third to injury. When you get 3 injuries, those reset and instead you get 1 wound. However, when you get a wound, you can spend a physicality, Benny, in order to wipe that out. So my suggestion is spend the physicality, Benny, wipe out that damage because each wound gives you a -1 on everything you roll.
I'll do that.
And you can spend that to a maximum.
I've got a lot of physicality.
Yeah, you can spend that to a maximum of 1 wound. So after you've spent that, you still have 2 injuries to track.
Make sure you mark down the 2 injuries on you. Both of you managed to somewhat prevent the worst from happening, but you're both a little chewed. Mr. Papadum laughs. Yes, that's more what I'm expecting. Eat them up quickly now. I have a charity to get to.
Such a charitable man.
And our final initiative for the round is 0, which is Glassmist. Glassmist, what would you like to do?
Using an ephemera takes an action, right?
Yes.
It does.
Okay, that's what I thought. I'm going to back away from the mouth underneath me, and I'm going to apply a poultice that gives me diamond flesh.
Okay.
Nice.
And I gain 3 armor until the sun next sets.
Very nice. Got kind of that Team Jacob thing going on. Well,
I was going to attack, but after taking that damage, I'm going to suit up.
All right. That is the end of that round. If you would be so kind as to roll another initiative dice for me.
I got a 3.
Did you roll a 0 again?
Yep. At least you know my app is not cheating.
I'm going to try a different app because I rolled another 9. That one.
You guys actually have the same
called?
app on a mirror.
I don't know how. I can't even share my screen. I don't know why this is happening, but
IalwaysWin.com for dice rolling.
this is my 3rd 9.
Are you sure you don't have the calculator open?
100%. I'll take a screenshot.
No, we're not really accusing you. Gemner, if you would like to choose a card for this round.
I rolled a 3, so let's do 3.
Sounds good. 3
Lucky
down.
number 3.
The winds of fate change every round during combat. For this round, we get the inevitable cataclysm. that
This would
has
be
the
green sun, I believe.
So you see at the bottom, it says in bold text, this is gold, and in lighter gray text, it says silver. That means any gold spell or effect that you use is boosted by 1, and any silver spell or ability you use is decreased by 1.
I used my thing 1 turn too soon.
For the poultice,
It's the
it wouldn't
family
matter
of
a huge
visions.
amount. Visions. If you are of the family of visions for this round, you get a +1 on all of your rolls.
I think that's me.
Gold or silver is boosted?
Correct.
Okay.
Gold or silver is boosted.
I did all of that and I missed the card name again.
It is the Inevitable Cataclysm. All right, Morthed, have you found a new dice rolling app? Otherwise, Steve or I could roll a dice for you.
Yeah, just roll a dice for me.
9! Really?
Thank you.
The dice have spoken.
It's fate.
The universe has spoken.
It's kind of funny because I rolled immediately before I did, like you guys were doing that. I was like, I rolled that 9. I was like, okay, this is really weird. Why am I rolling 3 9s? And I rolled again. I got a 7. So I'm not cheating somehow, but I just
But only when it counts.
The universe said 9.
You want to go
Right.
gambling later? Just
Time to hit the casino.
The first actor in this round is Morthed. Morthed, would you like to go? What would you like to do?
I will stab him again.
Are you going to stab Jack Sharp, or are you going to stab Mr. Papadum?
Whoever's back I am currently on. So
You are on Jack Sharp's back,
Yes.
so stab him again.
Okay. I am not going to use an additional dice this
All
time.
right.
So 2. So
2.
I'm not cheating.
2,
Yeah.
you have your 2 at Kali, the skill for knife fighting, knife and stick fighting.
Before.
So that becomes a 4. It's still not enough to hit Jack Sharp, who is a level 5 monster, and thus requires you to roll a 5 or more.
So he
All
should
right,
be off,
next-
I'm guessing.
Actor is not yet, but we'll see. Mr. Papadum. He pulls out a silver pocket watch and he goes, "This is taking far longer than I thought." He points at Glass Mist and he says, "None of that. I'll have none of your sparkliness. Whatever that is, enough." And you see what appear to be this beautiful rainbow of butterflies flickering out of his fingers, floating gently on a breeze towards you at maybe an incredibly high velocity. Maybe butterflies at super high velocity are still bad. Go ahead and roll a dodge roll. If you have the dodge skill. All right, then go ahead and roll. Once again, you may use a movement bene if you wish to add a +1, and you can always add sortilege to everything but magic.
I'm going to do a sortilege.
Okay.
Sorry, just keeping track. All right. So I get a 3, which probably misses, and a 9, which probably does not.
Excellent.
So,
Well, I'm glad you rolled
yeah.
that sortilege then. The butterflies,
I forgot to specify which one is magic, so you could choose which one.
as long as it's not a 0, it doesn't matter, but we really
Okay.
need you to try to keep track, because if
Yeah.
it is a 0 on the dice, it causes a flux.
Yep.
The butterflies waft around you, zipping around you like a small, colorful storm of hail. And as they go by, they seem to pull all of the beauty you've ever experienced out of life together into a ball immediately in front of you. This beautiful, multicolored ball that gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and then it shoots you. You've just been shot with your own beauty. However, you're not just going to stand there and watch your own beauty murder you. So you move out of the way, and this butterfly ball of beauty zips by, and you hear it impact a building someplace behind you, and some distant part of your awareness hears screaming and the sounds of the side of a building starting to fall.
Wow.
And then all of your beauty's right back. So look at that. You've lost nothing. Stupid butterflies. That was Mr. Papadum. Maybe you guys should take care of him pretty soon. Next is Jack Sharp. Jack Sharp is going to go after Gemner this time. Gemner, go ahead and roll a.
Come on. Now.
Go ahead and roll a withstand.
All right.
If you have the withstand skill, you check under skills. It's one of the 3 defensive skills: dodge, resist, and withstand.
I'm not such a fighting man.
Excellent. You were a minor 49er.
Right. I'm gonna add a sortilege to that, actually.
Sounds good. And if you wish, you could spend a physicality to add a bene, but you could also just spend a physicality to absorb damage. So.
No, I'm keeping the physicality for the damage. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I rolled a 9 and a 6.
9 and a 6. That's more than enough. Jack Sharp does the same thing, where he covers, but this time instead of his mouth, which is returned back to his face, he covers his eyes and then pulls his hands away, and your eyes are gone, replaced with little black teeth, and your eyes are now in his face, and he starts clawing them. However, the magic doesn't quite take hold. You're like, oh, no, that's creepy. And you pull back, and the eyes snap back into your face, and Jack Sharp goes,
none of that junk, sir.
Next is Gemner. Your turn to attack or have an action, sir.
I will. I've seen that Mr. Pompadour do some crazy stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drink a potion, the floating wish potion, which let me float in the air up or down as I wish, up to a short distance in one round. And it can be turned on and off and lasts till the sun sets. So, for the rest of the day I can be a bit floaty. And I would like to use that to float over Jack towards Mr. Pompadour and kind of confront him. Like, what's going on here? You explain this right now, sir.
Going to have to wait. All right.
I got your charity right here.
Swig the potion down, do a Peter Pan flip over Jack Sharp, right down next to Mr. Pompadour.
And by the way, while I do the flip, you can clearly see that I, for 1 second, changed to a very, very, very bad-looking stunt double that generally resembles me. And his name is Craig.
So, Gemner is an apostate. He doesn't follow one of the normal schools, and apostates can have thematically built powers. Because Gemner is a daring man of adventure, one of his apostate abilities is a stunt double. Whenever he does something physically dangerous, like trying to jump over a pit or slide underneath razors or something, he is replaced with his stunt double. And if he fails a roll, his stunt double dies, not him, or takes damage. If he succeeds, then but you succeeded.
Yeah.
So you say thank you to Craig, and he goes back off into the break room, and you now confront Mr. Pompadour. That was on 3, and we once again get to Mr. Glassmist. Glassmist at 0.
Cool. I'm going to do my own stunts.
Throwing shade. Come on.
I'm going to run up to Mr. Pompadour. And I'm going to run up kind of close to him, and then I'm going to slide in between his legs. And then as I'm going under him, I'm going to punch up between his legs.
That sounds entertaining. Go for it. You can use accuracy, Bene, if you want to add a +1, and of course you can do sortilege.
I'm going to do both because I've been rolling so bad. Actually, I'm not going to do accuracy, but I'm going to do sortilege. First dice will be magic die. Do I get my stunts with style with that?
I'm going to give it to you in the form of dodge. I won't add it to your hit, but I will add it to a dodge.
So I get a 6 and a 6.
That is enough to hit Mr. Pompadour. As you go between his feet, he's spread out just in case Gemner decided to do something vicious with that shovel he's carrying. Not expecting you to do the Superman punch from underneath him. And
he takes 4 damage.
4 damage.
Oh, I get 2 attacks per turn.
From?
Just my fists.
Oh, well, make another attack.
All right. No sortilege on this one. Ah, that's a 0.
Okay. Good thing. All right, so your first punch is supposed to hit him in the knee, but you miss. The second punch goes right up into his crotch. You think you hear something maybe snap. And Pompatum goes, ah! And bends over onto his own knees. No, Jack Sharp, you're supposed to protect me, you idiot. He goes, blah, 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 and points to the machetes in his back. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Next round, roll initiative again, please.
You want to do another Seuss?
I am going to do another Seuss. You can't stop me.
Or Jack Sharp getting bullied on the job.
I'm pretty sure what he's saying is no respect. No respect.
He needs a new player.
Morthed, which card should we draw?
Third one down.
Not the ninth? Oh, this will be the ninth. We did third one down, third one down, third one down. That's 9. Look at this. We're on a roll here.
9 again.
The incriminating skull.
Wasn't me.
Is that mysteries? What is that one? I can never remember the symbols.
That one is...
Secrets, actually.
Secrets. Yes. Thank you. It boosts any magical power you have that is gold, and once again, penalizes silver.
Nice. That's Gemner.
Ski, what's after the green sun?
After the green sun comes the blue sun.
Okay.
I have an 8, but a +1 because the Sooth card, so that's a 9 initiative.
Excellent.
I have an 8 as well, but I don't get a bonus. Darn.
I have a 7, so I'm not going at 0 anymore.
Woohoo! That's great because your opponents are going super, super slow. We start with Gemner at 9. Gemner, what would you like to do?
I'm confronting Mr. Pompadour. And, Jack seems like a nice fellow, but it's really the conversation time. Maybe Mr. Pompadour is. So I'd like to grab him by the scruff, by his collar, and hoist him up a little bit. And be like, sir, you explain yourself right now. What's going on here? I was just looking for a little gold, and you dragged me over here. You stop this tomfoolery right now.
All right, you're yelling at him?
Yes, I am.
All right, go ahead and roll an influence. If you have intimidate skill, or if you're genuinely trying to persuade.
I have oratory.
Oratory, do it. Make him feel guilty. 407 years ago, I came back to Saturnine.
I will do that. I will do that. I left my wife and kids behind to find fortune, and you took me away from that life.
If you wish, you could spend a point from influence or interaction
in
order to get a +1.
I will do that as well. And another +1 from the Sooth cards. It's a +3 total. Let's go. Dice roll. That's a 9 + 3 is 12.
Wow. All right. As improbable as it seems, he looks at you and he kind of blinks. He's still in incredible pain from the crotch rocket he just received, but you think he's crying and not from the pain. You think he's crying. I'm sorry. This goes back so long for the Great War. I had a plan, you see, revenge. I didn't mean to kill you, but I have to. One of you is the key. All right. That was 9, 8. Morthed.
Okay, I just see blood in my eyes. Was it Jack that I'm attacking before?
You're attacking Jack. Yep, Jack Sharp.
So, out of curiosity, how does the ephemera kind of work?
It takes your action for the round, and you say, I'm using this ephemera, and we go from there.
Okay. I feel as though the last round I wasn't able to hit him because I wasn't fast enough. And from that, I suddenly feel an energy that comes from me, actually specifically an icon on my body, and it activates an ability called Cat's Soul.
Oh, nice. All right.
So I gain +1 to all movement-related actions, such as running, climbing, jumping, and dodging. To an ardent, the spell is level 6. I don't know what that means. And the benefit is +2, ends at next sunset.
Awesome.
So
Yep. And when you're looking at the ephemera, there will also usually be a color listed with it.
Yes.
So like Morthed, if you're looking, the cat's soul is a green ephemera. So if we have a Sooth card that affects green magic, it would affect ephemera as well.
gotcha. Do
All
I
right.
need to roll anything?
No,
Or
this
it
is an
goes
ephemera.
into effect. Okay.
Just you touch the tattoo or the icon on you, it glows, and maybe a cat image superimposed over you for a minute, and you feel faster.
I think my eyes close, and when it opens, you know how the cat's eyes are kind of sideways? So it opens the other way, and my eyes are just gold with slits, and a green-like cat ears, like ghostly cat ears filled over my body, and a tail appears.
Excellent. Love it. I want to check really quick. If you look on your character, it should say it someplace. There are different hearts that each character has. An ardent is one of these possible hearts. Let me take a quick look and see. So, for example, Gemner is a gallant, established apostate. Gallant is his heart.
Yeah, Morthed is an ardent.
So you're an ardent, so you get the improved ability then.
Sweet.
All right, that was your action for this round. Is you just boosted yourself? We go.
That's the only action I can do, right? You only get one
That's the only
action. Yeah.
What was the effect of the ability?
It gives me +1 movement. Oh, sorry, +2 because I'm an ardent. To movement-related actions such as running, climbing, jumping, and dodging.
Okay.
And it lasts until
next sunset.
Yeah, see, a lot of these spells last a long time. That's good. Glass Mist. You have dodged the butterfly of ultimate death. You have crotch-rocketed the old philanthropist. What will you do now?
But he's still there, and he's being held up.
Yep.
I'm holding him still for him.
I will. Let's see.
And remember, one of the options you have is you could just rest around, and then you could refresh your sorcery pool, or any pool if you've used all your physicality or your.
What does refresh mean?
It means you just take a rest, and you restore whatever that pool was back to its.
Should explain how many rests they get and how that.
During the course of the day, you get 2 short rests, which are a single action rest. You get a 1 10-minute rest. And an 8-hour. Am I confusing this with another game?
No, you've got it right.
Okay.
So, 2 action rests, 1 10-minute rest, and 1 hour rest.
So you have a limited number of rests, and then you have to do the long rest, the whole sleeping the night, and then it refreshes all of your rests.
Sleeping the night?
Or day. I mean, it doesn't be night. But
yeah, drinking to unconsciousness works as well.
That works too.
I think I'll do that. I'll take a rest, and because I'm like laying underneath Pompidon, so I'm going to take a rest. I'm going to take a rest and pull myself up.
All right.
And I'm gonna fill my sorcery pool.
Sounds good. You have refreshed your sorcery pool. I didn't think they were going to survive this round. This is Mr. Pompidon. Mr. Pompidon looks at you and he goes, "I am so sorry for your wife and children and whatever your gold nugget is." But I'm afraid that it changes nothing. You add to the guilt that I carry, but I still must kill you. His mouth opens, and it just keeps opening, and you can see down it as if it is a mining shaft that just goes thousands of feet into the depths of itself. And from deep down there, you see lava starting to burst up from there. Go ahead and make a dodge check, Gemner.
Oh, dear.
If you want to continue holding him, I'm going to give you a -2 on your roll. If you drop him onto Glass Mist, who's sleeping beneath him,
no,
you can just...
I'm going to keep holding on.
All right.
And because I got the card in my favor, I'm going to spend my last movement, Benny. So that's a +2 and a -2, so that's a normal roll.
Excellent.
Yeah, just we're gonna go for it. Come on. That's a 0.
All right. You dodge out of the way and then realize that you're still holding him just at a different angle and he's still aiming right at you. So a stream of molten liquid comes ripping over you. This does 6 points of damage.
I would like to use my accident on set ability, and you briefly see the person holding Mr. Pompadour be replaced by Craig, who unfortunately dies in a workplace accident.
You need to take your hat off and hold it over your head. Craig, you were a valued member of the cast. We will remember you always and put your name in the credit rolls at the end.
Back in the break room, somebody changes the days since stunt death back to 0.
It was only a 2, so.
All right, Craig burns to death. Ah! And then you immediately, while he's still holding there, frying, and you go over and you pry his fingers off and you put your hand back on there. Ha! You missed, villain! Mr. Puffadom looks completely like, I'm sorry, what?
One needs to.
A couple people come out from behind a set wall that you didn't see until just now. They pick up Craig and put him on a stretcher and carry him back behind the set wall, and then the set wall disappears. All right, on 0, Jack Sharp attacks. This is going to go to Morthed. Jack Sharp covers his eyes, pulls them off, and where his eyes were, there are now your eyes. Unless you roll a withstand check. Go ahead and roll a withstand check. If you have the withstand skill.
I do not have the skill.
All right, so it's just a D10. If you'd like, you could spend a physicality to add a +1, but you also spend a physicality to absorb damage.
When can we choose whether or not we're going to use the physicality? Is it before or after we roll?
You can use it. So if you want to use it to aid yourself, then it's before the roll. If you wish to use it to absorb damage, it's after the damage is assigned.
Oh, okay. Because I already rolled before you said that, and
right,
I rolled a 5. So I don't think I can.
Enough.
Yeah, okay.
So you clench your eyes shut, and you feel the exchange go back, and your eyes are in your own head, and Jack's one eye is like, rah, 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 again. All right. Next round. Roll initiative, please.
Sooth.
And forsooth. Yea, verily.
I do say.
So if you haven't noticed, I posted a link to where I'm tracking the Sooth stuff if you guys are curious to look at it at any point.
We are back to Glass Miss. Glass, which card should we draw from the Sooth deck?
Let's go from the bottom, but still keep it 3.
All right. 3 from the bottom.
Magic number 3.
This card is the Looming Shade. Horrible, monstrous figure coming into the door. All creepy, creepy. It is the
Mysteries.
house, the family of mysteries. This one boosts gray magic and penalizes indigo magic.
And because we are on the indigo sun, that is doubled.
So -2 to indigo magic.
Yep.
All right. Go ahead and roll. I know what your initiative is.
I got
I
a
have
2.
7.
All right. Gemner is a 7.
No, that was.
No, Gemner is
Oh,
a 2.
sorry.
Glass Mist is 7.
Right. Gemner, what did you get?
2.
And Morthed.
6.
Excellent. All right. The very first person to go is the badly damaged, still held up in the air, Mr. Popadum, who says, "This is absolutely not as I planned." He reaches into one of his pockets and he pulls out what looks like a little itty-bitty crab that has been shellacked and then attached to a necklace. He takes it and he breaks the crab in half, and you feel a wave of magic come out of the little trinket, the ephemera he broke. And his legs suddenly start growing longer and spikier, as if they are crab legs, and he grows more of them. So now you are dangling in the air, holding onto his shirt, while beneath you, they're at least 7 feet tall, hanging in the air. He is now quite elevated because of his crab legs underneath you. He doesn't do anything else, but Jack Sharp goes on 7, and Jack Sharp is going to go after... Morthed is still attacking him, so he's going to go after Morthed again. Morthed, go ahead and roll a withstand again, because he's going to try to take your eyes.
I rolled very poorly this time, too.
Oh, you feel he does the whole thing like this, and his one eye is replaced with yours, and you now have darkness where your eyes were. What's even stranger is your perception is now looking out through his face, and he takes his big clawed fingers or his big gloved fingers and starts jamming them in the eyes. What this does is it disorients you badly and messes you up. It doesn't seem to cause physical pain. What it causes is anguish. However, anguish is still damage, but I'd like you to record this damage a little bit differently. Just write down that it's anguish, and you take 4 points of anguish damage. And you are also at -1 on all of your actions this round because your perception is so strange.
And like physicality is able to heal wounds, your intellect is able to heal.
So you can spend a point of intellect
Anguish.
to remove the wound that the 4 anguish would give you, because the 4 anguish, you have 3 injuries, and then they become 1 wound. So you'd have 1 wound, 1 injury, 1 anguish injury. However, you can spend that intellect to get rid of the wound, which I would very strongly suggest doing because being wounded sucks in this game.
So what I don't see, because I don't have eyes anymore, is a single cat eye in its otherwise human eye. I more or less fall backwards and try and recover, shake it off. So you said, what do I do for this? Do I spend intellect?
1 intellect.
Okay.
All right, Glassmist, you are on 7. What would you like to do?
Who looks like they're more battered of the 2?
Jack Sharp looks very close to death. You think if Morthed managed to get a single good blow in, it would finish it off. It's pretty hacked apart. Papadum
go ahead.
Looks really messed up, but the dude's still bringing it hard, so...
He's got a lot of toys. If I spend a sortilege and I have 2 attacks, do I get 2 dice for both attacks?
Nope. You only get them for 1.
Okay.
Spend 2 sortilege, 1 on each attack.
Yeah, I don't think I have that much. No, I don't. I'm going to spend a sortilege on the first attack. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it. How close is?
You are basically underneath him. He's grown quite large now. So the giant crab legs.
Is Jack close to them too?
Jack's a little bit further away, but you could get to him.
Oh, he is? Okay. So I'll do the crab first with a regular attack, and then I'll use a sortilege on my second attack with Jack.
Okay. You weave in between his legs, elbow one of the legs as you go through, and then jump on Jack.
And the leg is really tough and just takes it because I rolled a 2. It's a crab leg. So then the first die will be magic, and there's no zeros. Got a 4 and a 9 for my second attack. So
all right, so the second one hit. How much damage do you do?
4 damage.
4 damage. That is enough to finish off Jack Sharp. You put a fist right into the darkness of his back, and there's no sound, there's no feeling of things breaking or giving way. Instead, the whole thing just does a Yoda and disappears into clothes that fall down to the ground.
Does Morthed get her sight back?
Yes. The spell effect ends when Jack Sharp is gone.
Cool.
Mr. Papadum looks annoyed. No! Jack. How could you leave me at a time like this? All right, that was on 7-6's Morthed. Morthed, you have recovered. What would you like to do?
Oh, that wasn't my action?
Nope, that was Jack's. That was Jack attacking you.
No, I meant it wasn't my action to try and recover using intellect, my anguish.
That's just just like using physicality to absorb the physical damage.
It's a
you used
reaction.
intellect.
Sweet. I turn my sights on the other enemy.
Cats love seafood.
Apparently,
I'm
whenever I
still
say,
for you.
oh, sorry.
I'm holding him still for you. You can go ahead.
I was like, apparently, whenever I say the word cat, dog, or rat, it gets replaced by gunshot sounds. Boom! Okay, so I'm trying to slice him, I guess, with my machetes, and
Seems
I
like
get
a great idea.
2 attacks.
Yes, I think you mentioned that earlier.
I only
I
rolled 1 last
Did
time.
not catch that though. Yep.
So the first attack is a 9. The second attack is a 0.
All right. Well, the first attack definitely hit. Second attack completely did not. But that's, I think, pretty good. How much damage does that do?
That is 6 damage.
All right. You jump over and pull one machete right into the heavy carapace of the crab leg. It shatters underneath, and the smell of butter and crab meat goes everywhere. The machete comes out the other side, and the magic seems to disappear, returning Mr. Papadum back to his normal size, but now missing one leg. You see his entire right leg is just shattered. He falls to the ground with a muffled little scream, and he goes, "No, no, my revenge shouldn't cost my life. What kind of poetic irony is that?" And he dies.
I'm a little disappointed the buttery crab leg disappeared.
No, just like dinner.
So you can take a better look around you now. All around you is a beautiful, if a bit small park. It's not large. There's nice wandering paths that cut through. There is the ring of children's statues here. There is a small fence along the borders of the park. And off to the side, you see a building where one part of it has fallen down into the street. There are the sounds of people over there panicking and trying to dig out rubble. But you also hear the sounds of people coming over the gate on that side, looking your direction as if they're trying to figure out what came from this direction that damaged that building so badly.
Oh dear.
It looks like just a bunch of normal people. They seem to be wearing what you would consider to be 1920s style suits, hats, dresses, clothing, for the most part. Like most residents of Saturnine, they come in an extremely wide variety. Some of them have tentacles instead of arms. Others have books instead of heads. All of this strangeness is now kind of peering over the wall at the three of you and the body of Mr. Papadum.
This is a dream.
Gemner picks himself up from the ground, dusts off his fedora, puts it down. It's like, well, greetings, new companions, I would say. Name's Gemner Lockwood, adventurer extraordinaire. And I do believe that we are now in an incriminating position. So, my suggestion would be to run.
From behind?
You don't need to tell me twice.
All right, you guys start moving.
Might I offer a friendly amendment? Maybe we should not run, but just walk away in a quickly fashion.
Power walk. Just power walk. It's much more innocent looking. As you start running away, you hear people, "Hey, it's Pompadum. These guys just killed Mr. Pompadum."
He's just sleeping.
He's pining for the fjords. No, he's not. Shuffled off his coil. You hear people angrily, "Get them!" And you power walk towards the other end of the park. As you are walking that direction, a strange sight comes around the corner. Flying in between the buildings, you see, you know what nutcrackers look like, don't you? Imagine nutcrackers, golems made out of white stone, wearing red uniforms with gold bits hanging off of them. They have a solid gold sword on one side, and they look a little stiff and wooden. The horses they're riding look even more so. They are made out of a dark granite, like some ancient prehistoric carving of a horse. Their feet don't actually move, but they are carved together, creating almost a pedestal underneath it. And yet this whole thing floats in the air. These are the Thaw, and the Thaw are the very unpredictable vigilante justice of Saturnine. They often work with the Garrets, who are the kind of mafia boss / law enforcement for the area. But the Thaw are their own existence. They don't work with the police. They don't work for the government. They just take care of people who do bad things, usually by killing them, but sometimes by just bringing them to the Garret for prosecution. The fact that you see Thaw coming to you implies that you are in a whole world of bad.
I have a query.
I have an answer.
So I have a protective exit. It's a level 8 stone. And it says when you want to escape, you appear somewhere safe no more than 1 mile away. It doesn't say if they could take other people, but I was looking at the spell effect list, and 1 mile is level 5. So since the stone is level 8, does that mean I could take other people with me?
I think that is an excellent argument to make. It doesn't specify it, but I'll allow it this time.
Okay. Is green magic one of the ones modified by this thing?
Not currently.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to use the protective exit.
Excellent. Pull the stone out, throw it to the ground. It shatters, and the three of you disappear, reappearing in an alley nearby. Not too far away, maybe 1/4 mile, since it's bringing 3 of you rather than just 1 of you. Almost immediately, you hear the all too familiar click of a revolver being cocked. Now, I'd like you to just stop there and listen to me.
I swear, it was self-defense.
My name is Garrett Ersom. I'll type that in the message here so you can see him.
You should put Pompadim in there too, just so for posterity's sake.
So we could put it on his tombstone.
Yeah.
I'm the Garrett for this area, and I was coming to check out rumors that there was some type of violence going on around here. Come around the corner and see you almost immediately saw the Thaw. So you're obviously in a world of hurt. However, I have friends, and when you hear that, when he says that, you hear chittering from up in the alleyway above you, and a quick look shows that there's little shadowy spider-looking things, but they have wings. As soon as you see them, they seem to melt back into the brick of the alleyway. And as soon as you stop looking, they come back out and continue their little laughter. I had some friends who tell me when there's problems in the town, and they say that Mr. Pompadim was attacking you. Even worse, that he may have used you to do something terrible. Now, this puts me in a pickle. I just got to say, Mr. Pompadim is, if my own friends weren't telling me, I'd have said he's a saint. He does more for people in this city than just about any 20 other people of good standing. So I don't understand how this came to be, but it looks as though you fellas are all innocent, which makes things difficult for me because as a Garrett, not actually super interested in your innocence, mostly interested in the peace, you know? I gotta tell you, if I shot you right now, it would sure be peaceful. But I think it would kind of weigh on me a little. So I'm going to make you an offer here. Something terrible has happened. I don't know what it is, but the air tastes strange. There's spirits that live up there, and they're all fallen slowly to the ground as if the air won't support them anymore. Birds are landing and being eaten by cats and other things. So something happened, and I know that y'all are responsible for it, and after seeing you sling around magic, well, looks like y'all are Vizsla. Which officially means I have it under my own authority to deputize you and make you fix the shit you broke. Now, you don't have to take my offer. We don't have to be friends. I have some, let's say, less savory types who I'm well acquainted with. If you would prefer not to have the law on your side, I could introduce you to some of the underworld figures, and you could see if maybe they would help you. We just lost Michael.
No, I'm still here.
Okay. Maybe they could help you, or
Crossed his arms over his chest.
maybe you can't trust anybody. Maybe you can't trust anybody, and you all just want to take care of this yourself. However, I will tell you, whatever it is that happened to this guy will have repercussions. And even if I let you go, there will be others less forgiving who will follow after me to get revenge from me. So my suggestion is, whether you wish my help or don't, we figure this out and find a way to make it better. So now what we're going to do is, you guys have 3 pretty clear options for moving forward with this mission. You could ask the Garrett for help. They're somewhat reliable. You could go to the underworld for help, or you could go to one of your houses and just set up your own little base and try to solve this on your own. Before you make this decision, though, I would like you to take a look at the... Steve, have you prepared the link for
I
the
have.
character arcs?
I was ready to put it in here. Ta-da!
If you would click on the second link from the email we sent you for the character arcs, you will go to a list of all of the character arcs. If you want to start reading through, I'm just going to talk in the background. I would like you to choose one of these character arcs that you are interested in doing for the rest of this game.
So the character arcs are a mechanic in Invisible Sun for basically, it's one of the main ways you'll get experience. So you will have basically a story type of challenge that you're going to introduce for your character, something that your character will need to overcome or make progress on. And when you accomplish that, or when it ends, good or bad, is when you get effects from those things. It's
in
modified,
normal games.
Yeah.
In normal games, you get experience points for completing quests or missions, and you generally get those as a group. Maybe the XP reward is individual, but the accomplishing of the goal is what gets you the XP. That's not the case in Invisible Sun. In Invisible Sun, you have these character arcs, and what earns you progress as a character are completing character arcs. Now, an important difference here is you don't have to complete them successfully. One of the really amazing pieces of this game is the idea that failure is not just something that happens. It's actually something you kind of actively seek out in the course of a game. There are a couple different forms of XP in this game. The first is acumen. Acumen is spent on learning new skills, learning new spells, kind of the little more mundane tasks and things you can do in the course of a game. However, completing character arcs, for good or for bad, or making progress along them, can earn you either joy or despair. And if you have one joy and one despair, you put those two things together like a yin and a yang, and they become what's called a crux. And the main progression mechanic in Invisible Sun is crux. If you want to improve your forte, that costs crux. If you want to become better at your order, that costs crux. A lot of the more powerful options for your character all involve you spending crux. So you're actually, and this is so awesome, it's hard to show in a game that's just one day, but from the campaign we've been playing, it's wonderful. It's super interesting to build characters where you lean into despair, where you almost intentionally sabotage relationships you have just so your character has something to sob about, because you need that despair to get with the joy that you've got so you can make crux and grow. If you have a character arc that is something like, I want to reconnect with my parents, and it fails, well, that's certainly despair, and you need that despair. So rather than having a character who only has successes stacked upon successes, you have this really complex, strange character that is a melange of successes and abject failures, and it's both of these together that causes character growth.
Creates some really amazing characters.
It's really cool. Although sometimes it can be unfortunate when you're too successful. I was in a campaign one time, and we just kept getting joy after joy after joy, and we had almost no despair. The GM was like frantically trying to figure out ways to throw despair at us.
We have a character who's like that. He's got some absurd amount of joy now, and he has yet to be able to gather even a single despair, and he's getting a little weary of it. Why am I so happy?
Because you keep succeeding.
Well, can't you be sad about being happy?
Oh.
So we've modified the system slightly for convention use because we don't have a lot of time to walk you through the progression of all these things. So in order for you to experience some of that leveling within the course of this just a couple hours, we've taken a note from Numenera, and basically when you are going to level up based off of these character arcs that you're going to take on, you'll have basically 4 options to choose from, and you'll be able to increase one particular aspect of your character. So it's a simplified version. But the character arc that you're going to choose is how you will accomplish that leveling.
So I have a question regarding the Garant we encountered.
Absolutely.
He isn't by any chance the Garant that I owned money to before?
Of course he is. You totally recognize him. He just hasn't seen you in several years, so he has no reason to suspect that's you.
Just gonna keep my head a little down. Over
Too bad Craig's not around anymore.
This is a surefire way to get some despair, right?
Yeah. So some of these character arcs that you see here have a limit where only one player can do them. But let me know which one, or let Steve know which of these looks most interesting for you, and he will send you the full-on path that you need to follow, and kind of the steps, and it will give you a hint as to what to accomplish next.
The full-page Wall-O text.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any idea that they like any of these?
I was thinking of Redemption because I was the one who did the killing blow on Mr. Pompadim.
Sure. This is actually, the redemption as was written was redemption for killing this guy, for being used to kill this guy. But we could totally make that for killing Pompadim. Although, it was very clearly self-defense.
But I blame myself for it. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's great. Absolutely. And we can certainly adjust that. I think it would fit fairly well for Pompadim instead.
What number is redemption, just to make my life easier?
C8.
A8.
So, Gemner, he's been put in tough situations before, bad situations. So his sense of remorse is kind of wetted down over the years.
You're going for 10, aren't you?
I might go for 10, yes.
Could hear it in your voice. You know what? I could make a buck off of this.
I mean, I was looking for
Nychi,
that
I've
gold
sent you
nugget.
that link.
I need
What was
this
that,
gold
Michael?
nugget, man. Come on. So yeah, that's Gemner's plan. It's like,
All right.
well, new world, new people, need to make some money. I mean,
Oh, you're after CA10?
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, theft is an ugly word. I prefer opportunity.
Acquirement.
Entrepreneurism.
Yes. 5-finger discount.
I don't know why theft was the only one I remembered.
You knew someone was going to take it.
Okay, Pim, that is on its way to you.
Yeah, got it.
Michael, any of them look good? Once you get this character arc, read through it as there are hints about where you could go next in order to pursue your goal.
I'm trying to decide between 1 and 6. I think I'll go
1
with
is Avenge
6.
Yourself, and 6
Yeah,
is
Justice.
Justice. Both excellent.
Because Glass Mist is very much like, which, when she don't know anything about the war, but her character of general, like very much like honor.
Yep, that makes perfect sense.
And integrity. So I think Justice is probably the best one. Yeah, I'll go that one.
Okay.
All right, CA6.
And that link is on its way to you. So just as an aside, while we have your attention, how is it working out with the Zoom and with the digital files? Is it overwhelming in any way, or?
I mean, as long as I have the time to like read the page, it's no problem really.
Okay.
So.
I'll be right back. I can still hear you.
No problem.
I mean, it's a lot of text, but take 3 minutes, and yeah, you know what you got to do.
Well, I will leave you guys to it.
Oh, no. This arc is so much worse. That's first level. Oh God. All right.
If it's too bad, you could change. But
No. Yeah, I choose this, so gotta live with it.
all right, I'd like to point out that while it is possible that all of your arcs could be completed together, because despair and joy are both parts of this, you want to try to get to your arc, but if you can't, that still is a win. Despair is an acceptable outcome for a character arc.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what does that mean? Is it that if at the end of the session you don't complete it, you get a despair?
So let's say one of the arcs here is requiring you to honor this guy that you've killed. It's one of them here is you want to create a memorial, a gravestone for this guy. If your character arc is, I'm going to create a gravestone for this guy and bury this guy with all of the honors that it is due, and let's just theoretically say some other jerk in your party has a
Steal it.
that is steal it and cut it into pieces and sell the pieces to alchemists all over town.
I mean,
You both can't get what you want. And that's okay.
Get what you want.
Exactly.
we have to get at the corpse of the sky for both of those at first anyway, so it's mostly the same plan.
You bury the kneecaps, I'll sell the rest for vast profit.
It's
He's
a
still
win-win.
buried, still has a gravestone.
I'll even say a prayer. Lordy, Lordy.
All right, so taking a look at your character arcs, it should give you a next step or two, but I also want you to think about how you want to approach this. It sounds like Gemner has a perhaps unfortunate relationship to the Garrett, so maybe he doesn't want to stick around with this Garrett. Would you rather go with the underworld, or would you rather go off on your own and try to solve this without any help?
Well, don't want to separate myself from the rest, so I'll just take a step towards Glass Mist and Morthed and be like, I know this fella from the time before, and just between you and me, he can't really be trusted that much. So I think it might be best for us not to get involved with this guy. It's kind of a backstabbing attitude, promises one thing, takes your money the next turn. It's not a wise play.
He's got too many vices. He gambles, can't control himself.
Yeah, it's all sorts of bad stories about. I don't want to spread rumors, but I've heard some things that I wouldn't want to be in the same room with the guy. That's all I'm saying.
Do we kill him too?
Well,
Add killing a Garrett to the list.
That's the next logic.
I'm just kidding.
I see you're a person of action as well.
When you have two machetes, everything looks like a bamboo forest.
You would never guess that I was a physics teacher.
Not going to give me tenure, huh?
Physics? What's physics?
So, but don't worry. I know. I think I know a guy who might be able to help us. Who's a much more reliable source.
Are you guys okay with that?
To tell the truth, I don't remember much here. So, you guys are the first ones here. I don't know him. We're kind of in this together. I will go wherever is necessary. Hopefully, it won't lead to my ultimate demise.
Glass Mist, any opinion? Or is this okay with you too?
Well, I want information, and I don't know if the Garant has information that we could use.
You will have plenty.
I don't have a house.
So Gemner has somebody that you can go talk to. So the Garant could have information, but so could this other person. Whichever way you go, you'll definitely have an opportunity to do research and investigate.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no worries. He's a great guy, totally reliable.
So you all made up your mind about my help?
Sure.
Mr. Garant, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for not pulling the trigger on us, but I think we need
pulling the trigger on us. That's a strange turn of phrase. I haven't heard that in a long time.
That's quite common where I'm from, though. Everybody says it. Nobody.
He's peering at you more intently in the shadows of the alley.
I turn around quickly. I think we need a moment to ourselves before getting into any permanent business arrangements. Yes.
All right. And are you guys taking off, leaving him behind?
Yep.
I bow and I leave.
All right. So you walk a little bit further away, talk amongst yourselves, go a little bit further away, talk amongst yourselves, and then you're out of the alley on the other side, and you just break into a jog.
I would like
so it turns out that
hops, please.
You are in a district of the great city of Satyrine known as the River District. It is a hard-working district, kind of upper, lower class district. A lot of hard-working families who are just barely staying above the poverty line. There is a lot of work, a lot of industry that gets done here. It is a booming, moving part of Satyrine. And so very quickly you are lost in the crowds of this place as workers move back and forth, carts carrying all kinds of crates and barrels. You see something that looks like a green vase with spidery legs, with its feet attached to buildings, walking above you down the streets, trying to deliver something to somewhere. There are whales in the sky, bright colored, heading off towards some other district. Looks as though they're carrying passengers in these city-like structures on their back. There are bird people, which some part of your memory calls back as the Kelidor, sitting on the rooftops, They're smoking and watching with their feet dangling over the edge. Every now and then one of them stands up and flaps lazily into the sky to come down to the streets to beg for food or money or drugs. The city itself here is a little bit dirty, is a little bit frantic, and for the first few minutes it just feels relaxing. There's something about the susurrus of the noise of this city that feels right and proper and calls back to when you were here before you forgot. However, it doesn't take long before you start hearing whispers ripping through the crowd saying that a great, great man was murdered in cold blood, that somebody killed the sky. Mr. Pumpkinum tried to stop them bravely, but was murdered by these vicious cretins. And you hear the crowd turn ugly, a quiet, angry, vicious thing. Alleys are suddenly a little bit more full of people who are whispering to one another. And everybody seems to be moving a bit faster and doesn't care so much if they jostle other people hard as they push past you. You've reached the edge of the River District. There's a wall around this whole place. And right here at this huge gate, there are a number of different types of transportation. There are cars, there are wagons, horses, unicorns. There's something that looks like a slug, but it has engine parts sticking out of it. There is a man holding a doorway, and all of them are offering to take you to any other district within the great city of Satyrine. You look over their shoulders past them, and all you see is ruins. Burned out, charred skeletal remains of what used to be an incredibly densely populated part of Satyrine, destroyed during the last days of the Great War, filled with spirits of anger and hate called hate cysts. It's extremely dangerous to travel through there, so most people take these forms of transportation in the name of not spending 100 years of our limited time here tonight walking from one district to another. I suggest you take them.
I vote slug. I vote slug.
Yeah, I saw a meme the other day that said a new form of green transportation was 16-ton possums that everybody clung to the side of. And that was my first thought, was that would totally be an invisible sun. You just like walk up to the platform and grab onto the side of a possum.
Possum rides, get your possum rides. So what sounds most interesting? Cars. There's a very small, it looks like a kiddie train from a mall. There's
I heard cat.
Kiddie train, not kitty, but kid train.
Oh, okay.
There's an adult sitting in the engine compartment of the little train. He's dressed in horrible clown outfit makeup. And he goes, looking for a ride?
Nope.
Not that one.
There's nobody else around. There's like a 20 zone around that guy. I don't know why nobody ever takes my train. The slug.
You might want to work on your marketing.
As soon as I get some money, I will.
Sounds like you can use a new job. You've ever considered stunt work? Like, you've got a position available. Just saying.
It just recently freed up.
Oh, by the way, now would be a great time to take either your 10-minute rest, or if you really wanted to, your 1-hour rest.
Ski, how often do you want to refresh ephemera? Is there a place coming up where that's going to happen, or?
You could take some time here in this district in order to refresh your ephemera. If you'd like, you may each refresh 1 ephemera if you've used them.
I mean, I think they're looking for like the killers of Mr. Pompadour right here. So
yeah, they kind of are.
Yeah.
Kind of are.
It's
It's up to
get
you
out
how
of here.
fast you want to get out of this district.
Like now, right now.
All right.
That's my
We
take.
could take whatever transportation will take about an hour to get there, and then we can take our hour-long rest on the transportation.
That'll work.
Nice. Yeah. So the slug once again.
The slug looks over at you and he
hours.
goes, "Nope, I'm much too fast for that. I'm sorry, you'll have to find somebody else if you're looking for a rest."
The train?
The clown's like, please, I can go slower.
Well, I mean, I don't really know if I have money for this ride.
That's a good point. I'm super poor.
I am also super
Not
poor.
sure if we have money on the character sheets. It would be listed as crystal.
Or,
Yeah, it's
or
on there.
glass.
Yeah.
Crystal,
I have
glass.
0 weekly crystals.
That seems
But
unlikely.
under equipment and notes would be how many you have.
I also have 0 weekly
Oh.
crystals, and I have
2
10
crystal
on me
orbs.
right now.
2. Does
Oh, you're
somebody want to
poorer than I
cover
am.
me?
Don't worry. This one's on me. This one's on me.
Just remember that when it comes time to divvy up a sky corpse.
Yeah. Nobody needs to know. Nobody needs to know about that. I mean, I got a place we can go. So
Does it in a specific district?
it's in a specific street.
Okay.
It's I got a house that's on the underside of a bridge. So
Okay. Excellent.
I mean, I kind of feel for the clown now because we kind of made fun of him. So I mean,
We didn't make fun of him. We gave him good advice.
that's true. That's true. But it looked like he can use the money, so he's probably cheap.
Yeah.
'Cause nobody-
Yes, please.
Okay, so we go with the clown.
Right? The clown will only charge a single silver each.
A silver?
I'm sorry.
Glass
Crystal
orb?
each.
I was like, silvers.
Is
Crystal?
D&D?
Crystal or glass? Glass is the
Crystal.
cheapest. Okay.
I know it's the cheapest.
I will pay a crystal for us each.
All right. He directs you each to your own little section of the child's train, and then hands each of you a balloon that you can carry. Then he gets in the front and he puts some levers and it starts moving at like 3 feet an hour. It just slowly crawls out the gate. The slug's like, oh, come on.
Give the slugs a bad name here.
As soon as you get out of the doors, the train, out of the gate of this district, the train starts building up speed. And every now and then you see a cat, a really straggly, starving-looking cat with just hate-filled eyes. And every time you see one of these little pieces of pure hate out in this destroyed land, the clown seems to get a little bigger and the train seems to go a little faster. The clown sings something up in the front. You can't quite make up the words, but it sounds like you catch occasional, like, we all float down here. It doesn't sound nearly as cheerful as you think a clown should sound. But the train starts going scary fast, where you watch buildings just blur by. The clown is now standing in the front like a conductor, screaming and throwing his hands out to the side and yelling whatever his song is. But the only thing that's not moving are the balloons, which you're holding, which just stay directly above you. And you watch as a district goes by in another district, and then you see the shimmering of the ocean off to one side, and up ahead is where your house is located in what's called the Fade. You arrive at the Fade district. The gates here look worn down and then repaired haphazardly, and then broken through and repaired haphazardly. And then it looks like something heavy fell on them and they were repaired haphazardly. And then somebody just stole the bricks to make their shitty house on the inside of the district, and nobody bothered to repair it. You pass through what should be a gate, even though the walls are almost as easy to pass through, and are immediately beset by pretty lazy merchants. They're like, hey, I'm selling stuff. You know, you're interested?
Home sweet home.
The clown has sat back down, and he looks satisfied. He turns and he says, thank you so much for giving me a chance. I feel refreshed. It was a pleasure doing business with you. I'll probably still be here when you come back if you need a ride someplace else. I'll give you a discount on any future rides you have with me today. Okay?
We might just take you up on that offer.
I hand him his back.
All
Yeah,
right.
so as we're leaving, I hand him his balloon back.
Oh, you're so kind. Thank you. He takes it, he brings it down to his face, and his whole jaw dislocates, and he puts the balloon into his mouth. And for just a second, inside the balloon, you see a little kid's shadow kind of, and it disappears into his mouth.
I will let go of my balloon in shock.
You're just wasting food. I mean, a balloon?
I mean, I'm on a special diet, so it's not to my taste.
All right.
I'm gonna take mine with.
All right.
Dude.
The Fade District is built of depression and amnesia. It is in some ways a perfect place for you guys coming back from the gray. This used to be a thriving port here in Saturnine, but forces of entropy have started chewing away on it. And then when they got done chewing, they just started gulping down whole sections. There are canals that run through the Fade, but I wouldn't say run through so much as fissured through, as if some key underpinning for this whole district fell through and water just filled in all the places that had collapsed. Everywhere you go, you see places where buildings have fallen into these cracks between cities. And what used to be the building, half of the building has sunk into the canal off to the side. And people have sometimes put up canvas walls on that side, or in some cases even repaired them with other, obviously less desirable materials, but cheaper. The district is filled with fog at almost all times, and there's a scent of mildew and decay everywhere you go. The people that walk around here look depressed. They tend to be older and more worn down than they are in a lot of other districts, except for the sailors who come and go out of the great docks that still are here. The sea is polluted here, sunken ships, bits of detritus and oil and sea monster bodies that have slapped their way up against the edges of this district. And you wander through here until you find one of the few intentionally made stone bridges. And underneath this bridge is Gemner's house.
Ah, so nice to be home. It's just like the old country back in Shadow. Depression, old people, old country.
Where'd you live, Florida?
It's just the old country, so you can fill it in however you want. So my house is built on the underside of the Floor Street Bridge, and it's kind of weird to get into it because the gravity is reversed on the inside of the house. But that's, I guess, a good thing because it's on the underside of a bridge. So I guess as soon as we start walking off the side of the bridge towards my house, we kind of stick to the bridge until we get inside, I guess.
You do a David Bowie from Labyrinth, where you just walk over the edge and suddenly you're walking on the underside. Exactly. And there's your house. It is worn down. It is covered with barnacles on the roof. There are a whole series of what look like small goblinoid things glaring at you from the underside of the house. Hey, you can't come here. This is our house.
Not
as soon
again.
as you get near, the house seems to recognize you, and it perks up. Like you can see it like, oh, it's Gemner. And the house shakes itself violently, and a bunch of the little goblin things go flying off the edge and into the water below. The doors open, the windows open, the curtains move. The whole house just seems to kind of perk itself up and clean itself off. It coughs a couple times, and dust just flies out of all of the open windows. All right, you now have a base of operations from which to conduct your investigations.
Welcome in my humble abode. There's old refreshments, tap water.
No, they've all been eaten by the rat goblins.
Oh, jeez.
There's tap water and nothing else. Sludgy, so extra sustenance value, I guess.
Crunchy water. We'll call it crunchy water.
Guess if you're a plant.
Oh no, my plants!
All of your plants are dead except for the one carnivorous one, which still has a rat goblin in it. And the rat goblin's like, hey, if you could, help me out, I would appreciate that.
I would like to stroke the carnivorous plant. Oh, Sasha, it's been too long. I like push the red goblin first.
No.
I mean, you have one plant left, so it has to, survive.
So
I'm gonna pick up something sharp and pop the balloon that I have.
Okay. There's the faint sound of children's laughter, and you hear this, thank you.
Now I feel bad.
Only now? Just now?
These are the things that you milk for despair at the end of the game. All right, so who has an idea for how to begin the investigation? Some common ways of doing it are using ephemera that have a divination ability. Another way, if you have spells, divination spells, they could help. Another thing you could do is you could just go out and talk to people. News of what has happened is spreading throughout Saturnine at a speed that only rumor can.
So
there will be all kinds of information about this guy, about Papadum, about you guys. If you have anything specific in your character arc, though, you could also do that.
Let's first see if the rat goblins left anything useful behind. Maybe they left some ephemera behind when they left. They got from the house.
If you would like to roll this is kind of a luck thing, so why don't you roll a sortilege for me? If you wish to spend a sortilege, in this case, it will only get you a +1 on your roll. It will not get you additional dice.
So was the ride here? It took an hour, so we took the 1 hour rest, right? That was the plan.
Correct.
All right. Cool.
So after that 1 hour rest, you can refresh one pool back to its initial value.
Yeah.
Oh, what? How do you treat injuries?
Normally, with magic is the way to do it. You could also go and find a healer in the district who could heal you in exchange for money or services.
Oh, okay.
I would also like to take another. While I was looking around for goblin stuff, I'll just take another 10 minutes for another rest. Well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, when I got the anguish, and I guess try and remove some of it. Yes, with intellect. Do I only remove one?
You only remove the one wound. The injuries are all healed right after combat. They're too minor to keep track of, so you can.
Oh,
you can
so
wipe
injuries
out
are
all of your
injuries are gone.
Injuries are gone.
Oh, okay.
Wounds are the things that persist.
Okay, so then I didn't have any.
So
Perfect.
I've got.
Did anybody make that sortilege roll?
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. So you're just basically rolling 10, right?
Yep, roll a dice.
Okay.
Yep.
Nine.
You follow a trail of what looks like stolen candy wrappers. They lead onto the second floor and then out into the eaves of the roof where you saw the goblins were gathered when you first got here. There is what looks like a porcelain doll that at one time was probably extremely well-dressed and fancy and expensive. The rat goblins have dolled it up with makeup and what they consider to be rat goblin appropriate attire. It has little bits of metal armor. Somebody has cut off its fingers and replaced them with little itty bitty knives. The whole doll just looks miserable. And as you approach, its big heavy eyes blink at you and it says, "Please, just kill me."
Okay.
Or clean me up and get me out of these clothes. This is mortifying.
I'll do the latter.
Okay. You clean the creepy doll up and bring it back into the house, and it says, "Oh, I was stolen from a child, and if you could find a way to return me, I would be appreciative, but until then, I would be happy to lend my powers to your cause."
Oh.
Okay. I will look for a way to return you. Do you know where we're stolen from?
Yes, I belong to a family in the Zardim district. It would be so wonderful if you could return me to my family.
The Sardine District?
Zardim. I will type it into chat.
Okay.
I was going to complain that you brought filthy toys into my house, but since it's helping, like, you do.
When we get to that area, we will totally look for the place that you are from. But we would appreciate your help until then.
I belong to the Marmay family. It would be wonderful if you could return me.
How can you help us?
I was designed to protect my child. It worked, but unfortunately I was stolen in the chaos. I have the ability to use rumor magic, a little secret magic where I can pick up on rumors and I can put rumors out. But also I can do this. The doll becomes a giant, like 8 foot tall, like Hulk. But I could only do that to protect my child, and none of you are my child. It goes back to the little doll. I'm very sorry.
So when it transforms into a bigger thing, like the gravity thing in my house is specifically designed for like normal sized people. So, it's so large it flies up to the ceiling.
And then it drops, and then it falls back to the floor. Oh.
Oh, that's amazing.
So how to be adopted by the Marmay family?
They have the best toys.
Apparently. So, what is our next steps?
So normally at this point, what you do is either divination spells, if you have them, is divination ephemera, if you have those. If not, somewhere in your character arcs, maybe it gives you a hint, like you should go to this place and talk to these people, or if
Deep
it
down,
doesn't,
apparently, I want to go to the Gold Sun to speak with a very powerful spirit, but I don't know how that's going to help us figure out why we were pulled back and all of our
you have
magic.
which character arc?
Redemption.
Redemption. So you don't actually have to go there.
Oh, okay.
You can just have somebody summon a spirit. There is an order of mages called goetics who can summon. If you can find a goetic,
Like herself.
Yeah, I'm also a goetic.
Oh, you are a goetic.
Yes.
So let me take a minute here. I should have done this earlier. I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
I can speak with spirits, but I
Not
can't.
only can you speak with spirits, you can summon them.
But up to level 3, I need a level 8.
That's fine. You can summon lots of things here. And as a goetic, as a beginning goetic, there's only a few things you can have these summoned creatures do for you. You should have a list, something like guard.
Aid, counsel, guard, and spy.
Aid, counsel, guard, and spy. So counsel would be a good one. Now that you have your sorcery pool back, if you refresh your sorcery pool, it only takes you 1 round per level of creature to summon a creature from any of the different suns, except for the invisible sun, and talk to them. So if you'd like to summon a creature, you could do so and then have it counsel you. It could give you some suggestions on what to do next.
Okay. I will set up my summoning. Do I need to like create any sort of magic circles or anything crazy?
You do, but part of the magic of goetics is you can carve it in air. You just take your finger and everywhere you leave it, and it with incredible speed and absolute precision that was drilled into you from years at the Goetic College, you scribble out this impossibly complex figure. It floats down to the floor, and in order to summon a level 3 monster, spirit, you have to spend 3 sorcery. So go ahead and spend 3 sorcery.
Okay.
And what sun are you pulling your creature from? The behavior of the creature? Which one?
We'll just go with gold.
Gold. All right. Gold is the sun of
Transformation.
It is redemption. It is maturity. It is looking at things anew. It is forgiveness. You say the words, and the whole center of the summoning circle glows this brilliant gold, and out of it comes a creature that looks a little like a gnome lady. Small, withered, huge nose, bent over. She has kind of a Russian kerchief around her head, tied underneath. Her little cane that she has ends in a single chicken foot at the bottom rather than a rubber stopper. And she has a very small pair of glasses at the very tip of her nose. And when you summon any creature, the next thing that has to happen is you go into what's called colloquy, or a negotiation with the spirit. So, you need me, do you?
I certainly do. What else? I wouldn't have summoned you.
So, at this point, you can either threaten her, you help me or I'll break your cane over your own stupid head, or you can bribe her, or you can just try to talk her into helping you for free.
We need your assistance.
All right. So, do you have the persuade skill?
I do not.
Okay, that's fine. This game does not start you with a lot of skills.
Yeah.
Okay, so just roll?
Just roll, and if you want to spend a bene from interaction, you can do so.
I only got one. Why not? I need info.
Not the talkie type. All right, go for it. And if you want to spend sortilege, you can.
Well, do I make the decision before or after I roll?
Before you roll.
Darn. Okay, I rolled a 0.
On which
Plus 1.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't make the decision before I rolled, so we'll just go with that.
She leans over in the cave and she goes, "Oh, I know you need my help. That's why I heard your call and came here when you summoned me. Of course I'm not going to do it for free. What do you think I am, stupid?" She wraps your knees with the cane a couple times. "Ha! If you can't pay me, I'm not doing anything for you. Let that be a lesson in maturity. Try to get something for free."
1 crystal?
It's like half her life savings right now.
Yeah. You can see her quivering with anticipation. She goes, "Well, yes, give it to me. Give it to me."
I have like a glass of brackish water, if that helps.
Got it.
As soon as she agrees to the deal, the summoning circle disappears, and she comes out and she says, "You have summoned me for counsel, correct?
That's correct. Yes, we need your
Tell
help.
me what you are facing, and I will help you to the best of my abilities as an all-powerful level 3 spirit."
We need information on how we need to proceed. We're kind of new back here. So I guess I can't remember exactly everything that Garrett Bursum said.
Your character does.
Okay. I wasn't sure if somebody else does and could kind of elaborate on, was it birds landing and being eaten by cats, our magic being completely gone for a duration, and weird things
used to kill this guy. Yep.
Yes.
She listens and she says, "Well, first off, you should know that this isn't the first time the sky in Saturnine has died. It happens every now and then. It's not a small deal, but it's something that can be undone. However, if you're looking to redeem the honor for your own honor for being abused, for being used as such, that may have more to do with whoever this philanthropist, Mr. Pompadour, was. I think perhaps it would be best somebody of his influence, and obviously people cared about him a great deal. If you just go out to local bars or something, I'm sure you will learn much about what the common people think about him. If he's that powerful, I will tell you the greatest secret. I will show you the greatest secret, the most incredible power that Saturnine has to help you. Follow me." And she slowly starts walking out of the house.
And she's walking very slowly, so I'm
Very
like doing
slowly.
half step every single time she takes like 3
It's
steps.
so annoying. It takes
So-
forever for her to get out and onto the upside of the bridge, and she just walks to the other side of the bridge, and there is a older, very dour-looking gentleman who has this incredible array of magazines and newspapers in front of him, and she goes, "Hey, newsboy!" He goes, "What?" "I want gossip magazines." And he goes, "Oh, yeah, what are you interested in?" And he just goes off on this 5-minute rant about some princess from the Green, or maybe you're interested in the Deathless Triumvirate themselves, or rumors from the Marquis District. You know, there's been some strange things in the Strange Glass District, or maybe you're after the mole people who live under Rotting Hill just outside of... He just goes on, and she's like, "Shut up! I want to know about a Mr. Pompadem." And he goes, oh, yes. And he reaches out and he grabs a whole batch of magazines and newspapers, and he hands it to her, and she takes her crystal and buys all the magazines and gives her a bunch of glass back, little glass beads back. And he says, "Just so you know, I sell these too." And on his arm, you see that there is a purple band with a like a little pewter top hat attached to it. And he goes, "These are a sign of that you have been personally touched by his incredible charity. He came here decades ago and paid for the orphanage that I grew up in. If it weren't for Mr. Pompadem, I definitely would have been eaten by sea monsters as part of a sacrifice, or forced to be a cleric in the Cloister of Clerics or something, the Confederacy of Cloisters. A fate worse than sea monsters. I assure you, it's boring.
Now I feel worse.
But if you want, all of the people who are wearing these are out looking for the terrible criminals. Some people saw them, and they went to memory smiths who pulled their faces from the memories of those who saw, and are right now making images and passing them all over town so that we may find these despicable beasts and murder them in horrible, time-consuming, bloody ways, so they might know the error of their ways.
We take the
These
magazines and we
are only 3 glass each if you want.
Gemner would also like to step forward. Yes, of course. We have also been touched by the great generosity of Mr. Pompadem. We were shipwrecked sailors, all of us, and washed up in
Mordred's like,
straw.
"Yeah, he touched my eyes."
Yeah, look at her eyes. It's his generosity helped her change her eyes for the better. You know? we would definitely be want to support this great cause and have
All right,
some of
for
these.
the low cost of 9 glass, you each get a little chintzy purple band to put around your arm with a top hat painted on it.
I will give him 10 glass because I'm
Whoa.
that generous.
Big spender. Make it rain! All the little
3
pieces of
times
glass
my
go
life
rolling
savings.
away.
They break on the ground and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, because we're totally for this cause, and we totally want to help find the one who killed. Yeah, put this on, put this on, quick, put this on.
All right. So from there, you go back down into your house, and you spend the next hour reading through magazines and newspapers. It turns out that Saturnine is a positive viper nest of gossip rags. There are at least 40 different periodicals that come out each day describing the movements, the thoughts, the foods, the bowel movements, the dress, the undress, the who's talking to who isn't, the gardens, the houses, the garden gnomes, the architecture, who's paying what to be the best retainer, the entourage, everything. It is just maddening. But there is a lot about Pompadem in there, and it's all good.
So during that hour, there's some stumbling from upstairs in my house, and someone walks down, it seems to be there's someone else in my home that might have been waiting for my glorious return. Because I have a level 17 connection to one Hirsch Democles III Esquire.
Herschel!
Oh, Hirsch! Marbles, you've been waiting for me, because I can call him Marbles. And apparently he worships the ground I walk on, because he knows only the best of my stories of daring do.
Gemner, you're back! I've been waiting for you so long! I took all of the books that we'd written about your exploits, and I made a little shrine to you upstairs in my room, and I've been sleeping in it for the last couple of years while you've been gone. I also made some fanfic. Would you like me to read it?
Oh. Marbles! I had no idea you were.
He comes up and wraps his meaty arms around you. Oh, Gemner, I missed you so much. My life has been boring and meaningless without you.
Yes, there. It's quite. I know it's quite amazing that I'm back.
My gigantic family will be thrilled that you're back. After you left, people kept kidnapping my sisters or my abuelas for years, not believing that you'd actually vanished. I think they killed a couple of them because they didn't believe me. But now that you're back, I'm sure you can find a way to cheat death itself and retrieve my dead relatives from death's embrace.
I am 100% sure I will be able to do that. You know me. Yeah.
I do. That's why I'm your biggest fan.
So, but before that, Marbles, my great friend, who I didn't know lived in my house. A terrible tragedy has befallen the city. The
sky... no!
Oh yes, indeed. I know you've been shut up in here, so you probably don't know. But apparently, someone killed the sky. Not terribly sure on the specifics.
The sky. Nobody can kill the sky. Wait, do you mean those beetles that live in the clouds that come down and eat kids sometimes?
Yes. That sounds about right. Like I said,
oh, well, thank God. Whoever did that should be a hero. If somebody were to kill the sky, it would probably eventually poison all the flying things and kill the Kellador and ruin all of the people who use air magic. And yeah, that would be terrible. Cataclysmic even.
So as a side effect of the beetles being killed, I think I heard something about the sky itself as well being killed. Yeah, I know. Terrible tragedy. Not related to us in any way, but being the great hero that I am, and my also very qualified associates, we would really like to help the city and the people.
Of course you would, Gemner. You're a hero.
I know. Shut up. So and of course, I know how reliable you can be.
Oh, yes, very. Look, I'd like to apologize for the time I had to sell you out to Dr. Mischivio.
I knew you did it to save your family. It's fine. It's fine.
No, he just had chocolates, and I really love chocolates.
Oh. Well, I was under a different impression.
Just told you it was my sister again. I mean, normally it is my sister. They kidnap her and use it to get me to turn against you. But this time, it was just chocolates. I'm so sorry, Gemner. I thought that's why you left. You found out. I thought you left.
Of course not. Of course not. I would never leave for anything related to you, specifically.
Very reliable.
This is a great moment to redeem yourself of that terrible incident. We need your help.
I live for this day. Hold on, I'm going to go get my armor. And he runs upstairs, comes back downstairs wearing what is obviously cardboard wrapped in tinfoil.
That looks very solid and protective. It? Yes.
You want to test that out?
More, you just keep talking to your spirits over there. That's don't mind her. She's enthusiastic. Yes. Well, now that you're all geared up, I need you to do a couple of things for me. Can you do that?
Of course. What?
Okay. There's this very, very nice, reliable gentleman named Gemner Lockwood.
Oh.
Yeah, no, you know him. He's a reliable fella, sort of.
Isn't he really evil?
No, well, I wouldn't say evil. He's an opportunist.
Isn't that the guy who kills people with poisons?
To be fair, like in the city, a lot of people kill a lot of other people in various ways. So is that really something to
That
hold
is
against
true.
the guy?
You have a point, Gemner.
Of course I do. You know I do. So don't worry about all those rumors about him. I need you to go to him and let him know that that Gemner is back in town. Great news for everyone. And that I will be coming to visit him sometime today, very soon. And just let him know to get if he has any information about the sky and the spirit of the sky, things living in the sky that might be.
Of course, I'm
dying.
gone.
No, wait.
Find Lockwood. He turns and he runs out.
All right.
However, he never remembers that he has to have both feet. He's so excited. He never remembers that he has to have both feet touching the bridge in order to keep the gravity change. So he jumps for joy and instead falls off the bridge into the water below. Don't worry, I can swim. All right. Anything else while
his cardboard
out?
armor is ruined.
Yeah. I'm gonna look through all the periodicals, and I'm looking for trends in mask wearing among supporters of Pompadour.
Okay. A lot of them are wearing top hats, and because he had mutton chops, some of them are wearing like domino style masks that have an extra little thing of mutton chop whiskers on the side. And in at least two of the magazines, they either have cutouts that you can do, just cut out and then put it in front of your face and say a probably innocent spell to some dark god here in Saturnine that will make it turn into an actual mask. With a moderately high chance of stealing personal information. Or you could go make one, have somebody, you're sure they're selling them if you go to kind of the docks area where all of the merchants hang out trying to sell junk to sailors. You're sure they'll have them there.
I'm gonna go try to find a like a hat maker.
A haberdasher?
Yeah. That can try and see if I can get a custom made kind of hat made, one for each of us. So I'll go do that.
All right. Not 3 blocks away, there is
I make
store.
sure to keep both my feet, one of my feet on a thing. After watching him go down, I'm like very careful. One on, okay. One on.
About a block and a half away, you see a building clearly illustrating its merchant interests with a giant wooden hat out front. Strangely, all it says above it is Haber.
Where's the dasher?
That dashed off.
Yeah. Oh, it used to be 2 people, Haber and Dasher left. So I'll go in.
All right. The little bell rings as you go in. There's a bustle of noise on the inside, and you see that the proprietor, there's a couple proprietors. The proprietor looks as though he has spent magic, has gone to a changery to have his head transformed into some strange creature. His looks maybe like a stag or a deer. He looks at you and he goes, welcome.
Thank you. That's quite a magnificent creation you have there.
Oh, not a problem at all. Thank you. Another of your swimming brothers comes over and pushes him aside. He's like, wait, where do you think you are?
Well, I thought I was at a haberdashery, but the sign clearly said Haber.
In your face, daughter! In your face! the other antlered person rolls his eyes and said, "Yes, yes, Dasher. Please leave us alone. I'm with a customer." What can I do for you? From the other side of the store, you hear this, "Dasher, he said Dasher." Donner picks up a hat, holds it in front of his hand, flips off his brother, and continues to talk to you. "So, what can I interest you in?"
So I've heard from around that you make very good custom-made hats.
Indeed,
and
we do.
Yeah, so I'm looking at something. We're all very strong supporters of Papa Don. I'm sure you've heard of him, right?
Of course. Terrible tragedy.
So what I want to do is I kind of want to start a new trend. And I'm thinking, like, if I start a new trend and you're the person who helped start the trend, then that's just going to blow your name up, right? Even more. So the trend that I want to start...
Haberdasher in the lights. I'm in.
The trend I want to start is a top hat that comes down to like nose level, and then it's got some magical way to see through the front of the top hat.
We'll use mesh. Magic is expensive, but
there you go.
We can use mesh.
Mesh, that works. So
and
yeah, I'm looking at
the mutton chops. It has to have the mutton chops.
Yes, has to have the mutton chops. Indeed.
Brilliant. Hold on. Rudolph, get out here. Another guy comes out. He is our resident enchanter. Let's see if he can make something. Rudolph casts a couple spells, and in a few seconds, he shows you a couple different types of hats, and the two of you, and eventually Dasher himself comes down and makes a couple changes, and eventually you have a really nice-looking hat. Using some of the periodicals, you can see the type of hats that Papadum really liked. So you use that style as the basis and build it off of there. Then Prancer comes by. Prancer's like, "Oh, that is ugly. No. Makes a couple changes. Dancer comes down and says, "We're going to need cut some corners, though this is going to be too expensive for this district." And just begins replacing all of the valuable bits with much chintzier bits. This entire part can be cardboard. This can be, and then the whole crew, except for Donner, goes in the back and starts producing hats. This first one is on us for the great idea.
Thank you. I'll
and
put it on.
Do you need more? Because we're certainly.
I need two more.
Of course. And he brings out two more for you.
And how much would that be?
I think you're right. This will blow up. This will be marvelous.
All right. I will make sure to tell anyone who asks me where I got them from.
Marvelous. Remember, Haberdoners.
Yes.
Right. And out you go back into the streets, immediately followed by Dasher and Dancer and Prancer, who have armloads of the stuff and start going around. "Oh, we wail for Pompadum's death. The vile killers will be murdered brutally before our very eyes. But until then, come get hats." All right, so congratulations. You all have hats of disguise now.
Yes.
What else would you like to do? Morthed, do you have any plans so far? The old lady has given you a clue as to who Pompadum was and how he was respected, and he is absolutely as amazing as everybody here is saying, which makes it all the more surprising that he did this. In one of the magazines, however, there's the indication that he used to be very important in the war, in the Great War. And after the Great War, when he forgot everything, his life was so tied up in this Great War that when the weapon went off that erased all memories of what the war was, he almost ceased to exist. All he remembered is that he had done terrible things and that he hadn't been wanting to do those things, but that the government had made him do those things. So all he remembered is how much he hated being forced to do things and what terrible things he'd done. And so he dedicated his life and an incredible array of factories and workers that at one point been making weaponry, he thinks, and turned them into just normal day-to-day economic activity, and that had taken that vast wealth and used it to rebuild whole sections of the town, raise orphans, invest in people, all of these amazing things. But
Kill the
Well,
he
sky.
mentioned,
So there were a couple of things that he mentioned during our fight, right?
Yeah.
So the first being that he was trying to get revenge. The second being that one of us is the key.
hmm
And we have no clue what he's trying to get revenge on and what the key does.
but you do know that he recognized Glass Mist as a general.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oof.
How does he remember that?
So do we need to do, I
Um,
don't know, investigations on ourselves?
I have
You
a
could do investigations on Glass Mist.
Yeah.
The
magic question.
The gold
I-
spirit says, "My time for here is done. I leave you." And she bows and disappears into a bunch of simmering, little floating gold dust motes.
Is there a question about magic, Michael?
Yeah, I remember from when I played this before, somehow you're able to like cast a spell at a higher effect level than you have in your sorcery pool, but I don't remember how we did that.
You need a secret to do that, but you can always do that for your forte. So if you have a forte that's level 5 and you want to cast it as a level 10 forte, rather than spending 5 sorcery, you can spend 10 sorcery if you have 10 sorcery and bump the level up that way, but it caps at 10.
Yeah.
And not all forte powers, only powers that cost sorcery to activate.
So we've just covered Goetic for Morthed, and
Oh, yes.
Apostate is pretty obvious for Gemner. He's already been using those. So, Michael, I know you've played this before at Con with us. Do you have a recollection of how the Weavers work, and
Yeah, and
are comfortable with that?
Yeah, and I played a Weaver in my campaign that I was
Okay,
in.
great.
So I've got a pretty. That's why I think what happened. So I don't think we could do it here. Is I think we had 2 Weavers, and one Weaver would create a spell that would add Bene to the other Weaver's pool, and then they could use that Bene to fuel
Doesn't
a higher
surprise
level
me.
sorcery.
Yep.
So for those of you who don't know, Weavers, their special ability is they get kind of concepts like freedom and darkness or moonlight and towers. And those concepts come with a number of words underneath them, and they build spells by connecting those components together in an interesting way. It's a very creative ad-lib kind of form of doing magic. You should really check that out and see if you have the ability to do divination spells through that.
Well, I do have at like level 5, but I've only got 3 sorcery pool, so that's the only.
You could rest again and refresh your sorcery pool that way.
But I mean, it maxes at 3.
His pool max is 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Man, tough to be a Weaver.
Well, I mean, it goes up pretty quick when you're like in a campaign. So
Yeah.
it can be, yeah.
So there's 2 things I want to do.
Well, you already have marbles going out to talk to Gemna the Lace.
Oh yeah, no, I know. But while Glass Mist is out making a hat, could I take some time to meditate for a new incantation?
Sure. If you want to talk to Steve about getting a new incantation or finding a new ephemera, you certainly could.
All right, I'll do that. And after this is done, I suggest that we go to visit my contact.
While you're doing that, yeah, I was gonna say we should rest again.
Yep, you certainly could. Is there anything else you'd like to do more then? Summon other creatures if you want to have. So Goetics do really well if they summon something just before they think they're going to have problems. And that way you have them available. It's possible to summon them in danger, but it takes a few rounds, and then you have to argue with them, bribe them, intimidate them, whatever it is. So that can get...
Well, I currently have 0 sorcery, so I
You
need to
should
rest.
All right. So you've already used your 1 hour rest. You can use any one of the others.
What was the other 2 rests that we could take?
You have 2 1-round rests, a 1 hour rest, an hour rest, a
2
10-minute
actions,
rest.
a 10-minute, and an hour.
Yes,
Do they
Action
all
rest.
heal back the same?
they do.
Okay.
But if you have the chance, it's always best to save the one round, the action rests for the middle of combat or something.
Yeah, I'll do the 10-minute then.
All right. All right.
So,
Is there anything else you want to?
I'd like. I used 2 of my ephemera. I'd like an ephemera and an incantation if I could.
That's just fine. Reach out to Steve. Steve will find one for you.
For everybody that's after an ephemera or incantation, let me know which of those you would prefer. So an ephemera is a one-shot magical item, and incantation is a fleeting spell. They have essentially the same effect. It's just where you pull them from. And then roll D100 and tell me that result, and then roll a D8.
All right. I'll go first. Yes. I got a 94.
Too high. Roll again. Someday there'll be that many.
70?
That sounds better. You're after an incantation or an ephemera?
I was thinking incantation because of the meditation.
Yep.
And the
still too high.
All right.
You're
Come
close
on.
though. You're getting closer.
22. There we
22 definitely hits.
go. And the D8 as well, right?
Yes. Oh, actually 70 was in there. But we'll do, yep. So 70 and
a 6 for the D8.
okay. Give me just a moment while I look that up. For the rest of you, if you want to just post your results into chat, I'll look them up as I can.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Sorry, Gemner, what was your D8?
6.
6.
So what is our next steps?
Next, you're going to go talk to Gemna the Lace, a contact that Gemner has.
Yes.
However, if you have other plans, don't let him railroad everything too much.
I'm perfectly capable of going by myself and having a private chat with nobody listening in.
Because I'm curious. I'm tempted to summon a spirit who is a spy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, in my own house. How dare you? How dare you?
The spirit's going to go through his underthings drawer.
Ski, do you need me to send these past you to approve, or just send him whatever rolls up?
I'm feeling brave. Let him have
Nice.
it. No fear.
Ultimate
Come on.
doom.
Ultimate power.
Doom, doom, doom. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, I got one in one game that like you could level an entire building, and it turned out to be super useful at a particular point in the thing.
Those are the best.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
All right. Are you going to summon a spy to watch on that no good Gemner?
I'm so tempted.
Okay, what kind of evidence do you have so far that I'm not trustworthy? Like,
That's true.
Nothing but your actions and your
offering my
words.
home.
And I'm also tired, so I guess I wouldn't be thinking that way. It's just me being meta here.
Have a glass of brackish water. It's very nice.
Oh, gross.
Minerals.
How about you take a sip first?
I do. I'm a
Oh.
I was in the gold rush. I only drank brackish water. It's fine.
He smiles. He's got little bits of rock beneath his teeth.
That was very generous of you, but I'm going to pass. Maybe next time.
All right. There is a knock on the door.
Enter.
The door opens up and you hear a, "Hey, hello, come on, man. I'm not just leaving it for you here again. You have to pay this time."
So, Morthed, I think that's for you. I'll just be in the back room.
Yeah,
Me
he's
and my
done
one
nothing.
crystal.
You said your name. You said your name. I heard it.
Come out here, Herschel. I know you're in there someplace.
My name is not Herschel.
Mine isn't either. Okay. And
Herschel's the little guy.
That's Marbles.
Oh, wait. Who is Herschel?
No, that's actually,
That was
yeah.
his- yeah.
It's Hirsch
Herschel
and
Hirsch is Marbles.
Yeah, that's
That's his real name.
I'll step up to the door while floating a little bit off the ground because it's still kind of the floaty thing to be a little bit impressive. Yeah.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Lockwood, isn't it?
The great Mr. Lockwood. Yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah, the great. Look, Herschel has been squatting in this house for 3 years ordering takeout from our calamari shack. You owe us 23 crystal, 49 glass.
Well, I mean...
Look at all of these IOUs he's given us. They all have your name on them.
All right, so is my signature on there anywhere?
He's your minion. This is all legally binding to you, I'm sure.
I would beg to differ. I'm pretty sure it's not legally binding to me. And
Come here, let me show you.
Minion is an offensive term. How dare you?
He points upwards towards the water of the canal, and he says, "We get calamari. Do you know how we get calamari? My boss whistles a secret whistle that he learned from calamari sheep herders in distant islands out in the Great Alone. These calamari sheep are vicious, and he learned to whistle with incredible precision. If you don't pay up, I'm going to tell my boss he's going to sick a herd of calamari sheep on you and your house."
Oh, no, friend. And I put an arm around his shoulder. There's no need to start threatening now, is there? We're all friends here.
Not if you have the money.
That's no problem. That's no problem. Of course. I like pull out like a handful of crystal to show that I actually have money, and I would like to choose which is my skill mature ability, and I would like it to be like negotiation. So,
are you going to use your magical ability to learn any skill in the world on something important? No, I'm going to use it to get me out of a debt.
No, it's a very, negotiation is useful for anything. It's fine.
Absolutely. I completely agree.
So
I'd just like to point out that you didn't get negotiation when Morthed was trying to negotiate with the spirit.
I'm not going to... That's her business. I don't do spirits. That's all. I'm a-spiritual. Okay. So
Go ahead and make a roll. If you want to spend influence on it, you can.
No, actually. Oh yeah, no. But I want to pay him. But I also. Well, not even that. I just want some top shelf calamari and maybe like have a friendly relationship with a guy that can apparently summon fish monsters out of the sea with a whistle.
Okay.
That's handy for later.
Make a roll.
Crap,
So
are you, rich?
He gambles.
As far as you know, I am loaded.
Why do you live in the shed?
In this beautiful, unique house, indeed.
Waterfront property.
Okay, so I will try and I will pay him the debt, and I will try and convince him to go to his boss, get us all some calamari, which is apparently amazing, and let his boss know that I'm back in town and might be calling on him for some favors maybe, and I give him like what was it, like 23?
It was 23 crystal, 49 glass.
I give him like 25 crystal to make sure that he knows I got the money, and that his boss knows that there might be
Awesome.
more money involved.
Go ahead and make that roll. Go ahead and make a roll.
All right, I will spend a point of interaction, I guess. And that's the skill is free, point of interaction, so that's +4. That's 9 total.
So what are the mechanics that's at work here? The reason why Gemner has money and Morthed maybe doesn't have money. When you create your character at first, you choose a background, and the background has this kind of sliding scale where if you get a lot of one thing, you get less of another thing and a medium amount of another thing. And it's the size of the house you start out with, how much you get paid per week. Some of you get paid in like hidden knowledge instead. So you might start out with a much higher hidden knowledge and more contacts, whereas Gemner started out with more money and a better house.
The cards, the suit cards, are also used for role-playing flavor. When we don't have an idea as a DM what's going to happen, where maybe your role isn't appropriate for things. So we just draw a card. There's descriptions in the gate or the way, one of the two. This is the card, the Elusive Sleep, and it boosts blue and penalizes red. Read that. There we go. That's better. And it is a bonus to, what is that, secrets?
That is secrets.
Okay. Is that secrets?
Oh, no, that's visions. Sorry.
Visions. Sorry.
That's not me. That's not me.
You're plus a play in this, and I still can't remember which symbol is which.
I made cheat sheets, and it's still impossible.
So, the guy is super enthused. He's like, I honestly did not believe that Dweeb actually had a guy as awesome as you as a boss. That's fabulous. Hey, I'm sorry for causing you so much grief, Mr. Gemner. You're amazing. Thank you. I'll go back and tell my boss right now.
Thanks. No problem. No problem. Yeah. Don't worry about it, man.
So if you guys are curious to see, this is a page that shows you all the things tied to the card Elusive Sleep that the GM can use to kind of draw inspiration from.
Posting something somewhere?
I only told Morthed. Nobody else can. There you go.
All right.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
It is 9:18. We need to move a little bit, so we are going to get out of the house, and the whole party is heading to go to see Genma the Lace.
Yeah.
There are parts of the Fade that are in good shape, and then there's most of the Fade, which is in pretty bad shape, but patched together to be functional. And then there are places in the Fade that probably ought to just be ignored and left to eventually fall into the quiet waters that surround it. This place is one of those. Some of these canals that cut through the city have an occasion cut through the same building multiple times, leaving just this little chimney bit of rock in the middle of the canals with the teetering remains of a building still half on top of it. Leans off to the side at a little bit of a weird angle. Somebody's attached a rope or 5 to the top levels of it and have tied it to the tops of other buildings to keep it from falling over completely. People have built rope bridges connecting it to the main areas, and that's where you find yourself now. There is a bridge, a rope bridge. Instead of planks, it looks as though somebody's taken plastic milk jugs and punctured holes and run ropes or strings or twine through them, and has made almost a cobblestone path leading out to this place. You were summoned here not by Herschel, but by one of Gemna the Lace's people, a very pleasant, short, chubby woman with bright red cheeks and just super happy. She's, oh, I'm so happy. Gemna's looking forward to seeing you again, Mr. Gemner. It's been a while. Now suddenly you're back, and you sent your own little thing to our secret base. That's great. We love that because he's very quiet and stealthy, as everyone knows. And I mean, everyone knows now, Gemner. So we kidnapped him, and if you ever want to see him alive again, you have to come and get him back.
Again with the kidnapping.
So, the three of you and the lady, whose name is Louise the Baker.
She's an actual baker, or?
Of course I am! I make the best things. She starts saying, all you need is flour, water, a little egg, da, da, da. But at some point you hear her say arsenic, and then she just rolls right into vanilla and some almond flakes. And you're like, Maybe you should say no if she offers you baked goods, is what I'm saying.
We had calamari on the way, so we're good.
Fish. Ugh. You walk across the milk jug lane across the teetering bridge, and on the other side, you see that there is a shovel pushed into the ground with Herschel tied up to it. As when you get halfway across, you see him yelling at you. But you can't hear anything he says.
That's better.
Luis says, it's a poison that wears off within just a few hours. If you'd like to buy some from me for future uses with him, I would be happy to sell them to you.
I'll probably come back for that at a later time.
2 glass each, or a dozen for 10.
That's actually pretty cheap. I mean, I'll take one for 2 glass. That's
great.
Sure.
Okay. She heads off someplace else and comes back a little in a nice little waxed paper bag and hands it to you. Herschel continues to yell at you with no voice, as if you can still hear him somehow. And from out of the back, you hear okay, you came to find me. Come on back. Bring your friends. Let's talk.
Gemner, it's been a while.
Great to see you again. What can I do for the Fade's most notorious hero and gentleman adventurer?
I'm quite on it with the hero part, actually. There's some things going on in what was the district we were in before?
You were in the River District?
The River District. Yeah, there was some commotion in the River District with some people which we have no connection with, of course, as you know.
That's where the sky died. That big old beam of light came out, killed the sky.
It is.
Don't believe the chaos that's caused. The Confederacy of Cloister, all the churches are trying to pray to get it back. I've heard this.
Not the first time it's died.
First time I've ever known of, but I guess you're right. Stranger things have happened. There was that time somebody captured the entire ocean in a piggy bank. That was a bit weird.
It's strange.
I mean, there was still water and all, don't get me wrong, just the ocean was gone. It's the same thing right now. If you go outside and look up, there's still a sky. It's just pretty useless.
That seems like something that someone ought to do something about.
That almost sounded like you said it was like something that we did. You didn't do this, did you?
No, of course. You said it yourself. I'm a hero. Like, I'm here to do something about it, not cause.
What about these two?
Troubles. They're reliable enough.
They look dangerous. Nobody associated with you is reliable. Have you looked at your minion?
That's one example. That doesn't make a trend.
That's the only example that sticks with you.
I kind of do a nod to Morthed, like maybe show him a finger to.
Not here to talk about us. We're here to talk about the problem and how to solve it.
Of course. Solve that problem?
Yes, that problem.
Whew. Look, I can give you a lot of advice on some specific topics, like
I'm
poison,
all ears.
drugs, but skies are not one of them. Hey, can't tell you this though. I happen to know where the body was.
Oh,
The body?
Sky?
Yeah, of course. Everything that dies leaves a corpse behind. There was a corpse. It fell into one of the blasted districts just outside of the reinvention. So a bunch of the inventors from out there decided that they would get together and they would take the corpse and they would do something useful. Maybe make a cybernetic sky to replace the one that died. Seemed kind of interesting to me. Then some other people came along and said that they'd prefer a sky that maybe was a bit more culinarily themed. Maybe that would occasionally rain food down. That would be far more useful than water, which we already have in tremendous supplies from the oceans.
I've seen that movie. Yeah.
But it was stolen from them.
The body?
Of course.
Or
It's
the
big,
artificial sky? Oh, okay.
No, they need the sky. There's something about the corpse that's special. It's possible to make a new sky without the corpse, but evidently it's much, much harder.
And by special, do you maybe mean valuable as well? Just out of
Oh,
curiosity.
of course. If I could get my hands on that corpse, I could make poisons that floated like little clouds right into the noses of the people that needed to die. I mean, if I did that, which I don't. I'm a completely legal alchemist who mostly creates potions for balding.
So you mentioned a couple of things I'm interested in. Number one, where can we find, well, I guess the last spot for the body? Like, do you have a map that could guide us to the reinvention? And two, how do we create the sky again?
Well, I understand that you are interested in these things. I would like to be very clear that I only have answers for one of them, and that answer comes in two different flavors. The things that everybody knows, and the things that very few people know. Which leads me to my third concern, which is the things that I, myself, Gemner of the Lace, are most interested in, which is, maybe surprising, but simple material goods like money, and money, and money.
Hmm.
Did I mention money?
I step up to Gemno and like kind of lean over to him. It's like about the money parts. Like right now I'm a little bit strapped for cash, but what say I get you like a piece of that sky body, a little slice. That's
Well, it
more
couldn't be
comfortable,
too
right?
little. My information's pretty valuable.
I mean, no, of course, like not a good chunk. Let's call it a chunk.
Good chunk. We'll say like 30%.
I was thinking more like 10. Maybe it's a big sky out there, So.
Maybe you should roll those dice with that negotiate skill you skill du jour.
So does my level 1 connection to Gemno also help in this?
It does, absolutely.
All right. I will put another point of interaction in that as well. And do I maybe know some secret gossip about him and his business tactics?
You can cover hidden knowledge.
Certainly could. So one of the attributes that you each have in your character sheet in a greater or lesser amount is something called hidden knowledge. You can always use hidden knowledge as an aid to any roll that you make. It is gone pretty much for good. It is a resource that you can very slowly rebuild, but very slowly. All you need to do is say, I want to use a hidden knowledge for this, and come up with some vaguely probable or improbable way that this could help you. If you're trying to climb a wall, say, I heard once that the wrinkles on human skin are so that it helps you grab wet surfaces. That's good enough for me. That would count as a hidden knowledge and give you a bonus on your climb check.
All right.
So you're going to spend a hidden knowledge to give an extra boost, an additional +1 bene to this roll. Are you spending sortilege?
No, not sortilege, just interaction, hidden knowledge, and my my skill bonus thingies. So
Sounds good.
I heard that he, that last week he negotiated a good price on the spirit of dreams. So I think this interaction will be about in the same ballpark. So maybe that helps a little bit.
Awesome.
All right, so I'll roll that. I rolled a 0, but I have a +6 total now, so that's a 6.
All right. Look, Gemna, you are just a money-grubbing toad, and nobody likes you, and I'm doing terrible on this negotiation, aren't I? But you managed to throw enough hidden knowledge and skill into it that you recover from your foot and mouth-itis, and in the end, he settles for like 25%.
That's good. That's acceptable. That's acceptable. All right. All right. Does he perhaps have anything to like stuff a body of a concept into? I don't know if I can just stick it in my backpack.
He actually does. It's he's like, well, I do, and he roots around through a box in the back, and he pulls out, it looks like a really large snow globe.
Oh, nice.
However, there's nothing in it. There's the snow in it, and if you shake it, it swirls around, but there's nothing else in the snow globe. He turns it over, and there is a little trapdoor with a magic sigil on it. He's like, touch the sigil, put a bit of sorcery in, it'll open the door. Put the body in, close it, put a bit of sorcery in, it'll lock it.
That's exactly what I need. Thank you, Gemna. You're reliable as always.
By the way, since you didn't have your own way of bringing the body, I'm adding 5% to my take.
So we're back to the original 30%. It's great right there.
All right.
So he also tells us where we can find what the last location of the body was. What we want to know.
Yes. So it turns out that the reinvention is full of mad entrepreneurs and engineers and scientists, all madly trying to create the Saturnine of tomorrow. But they're not the only people who have an interest in this. There's another group of people who have a very vested interest in the well-being of the sky, and that is the Kellador. Those are the bird people you've seen on the rooftops near here. And while they're generally considered to be universally of the lowest social classes, they aren't welcome at most jobs. They beg for most everything. Their world was destroyed a couple decades ago. It was a little half-world floating out in the ocean, and some great calamity happened to it. And so now they all came here as refugees. Now they live at the tops of buildings, and not many people know this, but they sell their services as kind of an eyes from above, watching people, tracking movement. They act as lookouts for drug deals and for illicit things like that. And they actually have their own little kind of mafia. And it turns out that those people stole it from the engineers.
All right.
A group called the Kelladine. The Kelladine stole the cloud from the engineers, the cyber sky engineers, and they brought it to a place called the Hollow, which is actually pretty good because the Hollow is not very far from you. It's one of the districts closest to the Fade, and it is also the district that borders on Fartown, which is where most Vizsla live. You are kind of breaking the laws by having a house out here in the Fade. Most people, most Vizsla, have their house well secreted away in Fartown, where it's in a different dimension. So if, let's just say completely theoretically, some crazy Vizsla were to destroy, set off some apocalyptic weapon, it would only destroy Fartown and not the rest of the far less magical people who live here in Saturnine. The Hollows is the slums. It is where the glass that you use as money is made, but everybody there is dirt poor. It is filled with tenements and apartment buildings and slumlords and every possible crime and vice. It is a place where you can hide almost anything because nobody wants to go there. The people who are forced to live there are not brave enough to speak against anything they see.
All right.
This is awkward.
Because you don't have any money either, and now you're thinking, dang it, that's where I'm going to have to go. No, you always have a place in Fartown.
Oh,
And
okay.
as Vizsla, all of you can get jobs making money. If you needed additional money, it would just take weeks of time.
Sometimes literally making money.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. It's like bottle caps and Fallout, but
Exactly.
Magical bottle caps. Mm.
yeah.
All right. I think that's all we need. Thank you a lot, Gemna. It's always a pleasure to do business. I'm guessing Hirsch is also included in the deal. I get him back.
I certainly don't want him here, but please don't ever send him here again.
No, of course. I'll keep him on
Next time we'll give him a different pastry to eat.
I don't want to know about your pastries. That's no.
This one just made him hoarse. The next one might turn him into a horse.
Oh, he might be more useful that way, actually.
You have to pay for that.
All
right.
Yeah.
From here, you guys head back into the Fade. The Fade has a lot of people wearing your hats now. All around you, you see people wearing the hats, the mesh covering the eyes, the mutton chops. They're all going around in little groups, some of them carrying torches, others of them carrying knives. Hi, kitty cat. There is... you see a number of them now have signs, and at the top of the sign are 3 large pictures, one for each of you.
Oh, no.
I hope they capture my good side.
Luckily, I gave you guys hats.
No, that's true.
So as you guys are walking, blessing from above, you see Herschel point at you on one of the signs, and he goes,
I like him better this way.
Hirsch, good friend. Maybe this is not the right task for you to go along with. So how about you go back to that large family of yours, see if everybody's still there, nobody's been kidnapped. Let them know I'm back in town, so they don't have to worry about getting rescued anymore. Yeah. You go do that. Go far away from us and potential harm. Yeah, it's good.
All right.
Bye.
And he starts to run off, and he stops, and he goes up to one of the groups that's marching with the signs, and he kind of works his way into the middle, and he tries to wrestle the sign away from the person who's holding it.
Oh, no.
They just punch him a couple times, and he falls down, and then they keep marching. Herschel stands back up, and then runs off. Far off in the distance, down a street, you see him tackle a guy carrying one of the signs, and he rips your name, your picture off of the flag, or off of the poster, crinkles it up, and starts eating it.
What?
All right.
I need better fans.
No, you have the best fan.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
defending your
want a
honor.
better one. Yeah.
It doesn't get
All right.
higher than this.
So
Glass, Morthed, is there anything we can do towards yours? Otherwise, we're heading towards the hollow to try to find the body of the sky.
I'm going to let this one go.
All right. When you get back, of course, the clown is still there in this little train. There are other groups. There's what looks like a Roman chariot, and there looks like a giant butterfly. And the butterfly has a pair of reading glasses on and is reading the newspaper. As soon as you come into the square, the butterfly is like, please get me out of here. I hate this district. I will give you a discount. Let's go.
Yeah, let's not go with the clown again. He's seen our faces before.
The clown's like, hey, hey! Getting into the butterfly.
Butterfly.
You get into the butterfly. You get up next to the butterfly, and it looks as though he spins out a silk cocoon faster than your eyes can follow. And within a few seconds, he has you wrapped in a little like the gondola from a hot air balloon, and these straps of silk wrapped over its body. And he says, just so we are absolutely clear, the cost will be 1 crystal for all of you to go anywhere that is not here.
Great.
Yeah. All right, excellent. Where are we going then? You're going to the Hollow.
Yes.
Oh, the Hollow. That's really not much better.
But it's still better than here, right? It's better than here.
Oh, Fartown. I can go to the Gate of Ravens. Yes, very well. This is a much faster. Who's paying for the crystal for this?
I look at Gemner.
Yeah.
I'm almost out, but I don't want to give the impression that I'm not as rich as I will pay as well for this ride. Yeah, it's no problem.
This is so much faster. It is maybe 20 minutes for you to get from the Fade all the way into the Hollow. And the butterfly settles down just by the gate that leads to Fartown. And you are here. This is a densely packed district. There's almost no buildings here that aren't extremely rickety and under 6 stories tall. Except for those places where entire tenements have burned down to the ground. Those are less than 6 stories tall. And there's a fairly large number of these burned out places. And they kind of form the social center of different little neighborhoods within the Hollow. Everybody goes and hangs out in the ruins, and they talk and they do work. Little kids that are here will take little balls of ash and dust and spit on them and roll them in their hands. And they just do this for hours at a time. And it'll eventually become glass. And then they'll take those glass and they'll sell those. They'll give them, they'll just make pockets full of these and give them to one of the crime lords in the area, who will then give them food or water or medicine or whatever. So this is part of the economy here. This is where the glass that you spend comes from.
Oh man, that's kind of depressing.
I was gonna say I can't feel any lower than I currently do.
So
this
now
whole
that you're
trip
here,
has been bad. Yeah, go ahead.
now that you're here, there are all kinds of people crowded around the edges where the transports come in. And they are all either begging or they are asking. They're like, hey, if you need anything, drugs, if you want dream experiences. There's other people who are like, do you need guiding? I can take you anywhere. I know all the places in the Hollow.
One of those. Yeah.
You have money? That's like meta.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
All right. A very thin woman steps forward out of the crowd. A couple other people start rushing forward, and she pulls out a knife on them and kind of looks at them, and they kind of back off.
Oh, shit.
She puts the knife away. She comes forward, and she's like, hello. My name's Kessa. I'll be your guide for today. If you've got money, do you have money? Do not fuck with me. Do you have money?
I think this is actually like, you know, the kind of woman Gemner is into.
Did we want to duke it out? I'll fight you for this ride.
Ma'am.
That's tempting. She's just not in good enough shape to fight willy-nilly, though. But if you buy me if you buy me enough food, let me get a little bit of my fighting weight back. I'll fight you.
What? Wait, who was the fighter?
Oh no, I said I will fight her for our ride.
Not
I mean, is that
ride,
intimidating enough?
but I'll lead you anywhere. I know all the places here.
That's great. Like, do you? It was the paradigm, I think we were looking for, right? Paradigm.
Your memory's better than
Paradigm?
mine.
Are you talking to Kelador, the bird people?
Yeah, no, but a specific group of them. You know, they're kind
Oh,
of.
the Keladine, yeah.
Yeah, that was good. You know the name. Great. I like. You know.
She looks wary and she's like, you can almost hear her belly rumbling, growling at her, and she goes, yeah, I know the Keladina, but
I mean,
it's dangerous work. It'll cost you.
I like roll a crystal around in my fingers. Oh, don't worry. I got the money for you. Not giving it, but just showing it.
More than that,
What?
You're rich. You're a knob. I can tell. You've got wealth, is what you've got. Look, Lord, after I show you this, I'm going to need to lie low for a bit. How about I join you as kitchen staff, as a scullery maid, anything. Just let me move out of here, eh?
I mean, I've got an open.
Yes, he has a lovely house. Very lovely.
See, I knew it. You look like the guy that would have a lovely house.
I actually have an opening for a new stunt double that I need. It's just
It
recently
involves me
opened up.
knifing people. I can do it.
Yes, sure, yes, indeed. I will say yes. I will keep saying yes until you get us there.
All right, so one crystal, and you let me stay at your place and eat your food. I'll do work around there, and for a month. That should be enough time.
Gemner has a look like, what am I getting myself into? Yes. Yes, great. Thanks.
All right. You've got my spittle on your hands. That means we've got a bond. If I needed to, I could find a Vizlade, cast a curse on my hand, and then go to you.
Oh. What?
Congratulations.
Is this how you get
Sounds
married?
like you get a bond.
Is this how marriage works here? Is this...
I've seen marriages work on less, honestly, than a threat. Yeah.
Oh, that won't be a problem. I've got a nice house you can stay. It'll be a start of a beautiful friendship.
Great. I like that, especially if it involves work. Paid work, I mean.
Yeah, no problem.
So, follow me. And
All right.
as she's walking, she says, well, if you really want to know the best whorehouses in the entire hollow, you've got the right woman. You like that freaky stuff, I know. I can see it in your eyes. Don't worry. I know a guy who owns some rubber tree monsters. Crazy things. She says it really loud so all of the other people here hear it. And once you're a little bit further away, she's like, all right, so look, the Kaladin just did something big. I don't know what, but they're watching all the time. And they point up at the building. She kind of quietly points up at the building top. She's like, don't look at them, but they're watching us all the time. So obviously, any place the Kaladin are going to be is way up high. But in order to hide from them, we've got to go down low first, eh?
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Yeah.
So you spend the next hour trudging through the human misery pit that is the Hollows. There are people busily doing everything or just sitting there staring slack-eyed at the wall. They seem to only wake up when you get close enough. They bring out begging bowls or alms boxes, ask for water, ask for food. The only other people you see down here are a couple of the faithful from the Confederacy of Cloisters coming down here distributing medicines and foods, offering blessings, things like that to them. But they're few and far between compared to the massive humanity that's down here. She finds what looks as though it's a huge hole in the wall, dust leaking out of it, darkness eating the inside of the building. She walks up and she says, so we're really going near one of those places, but we're gonna turn right up here. Don't miss it, okay? Follow me. Keep your eyes on me. And she goes in. As soon as you walk into the darkness, it becomes absolutely pitch black. You can see each other, and you can see Kessa, but nothing else. There is a sound of dripping water and the smell of mortar and water and maybe blood, something iron in the air. And then the darkness is completely replaced with super bright neon lights, colors swirling all around you like you're in a nebula, and these crazy multi-limbed creatures swaying to some rhythm you can kind of hear in the background. Welcome to Papa's place of pleasure. Papa's place of pleasure. Everybody roll a resist roll.
Oh boy.
Oh no. This place
Is
is
it-
filled with the men of culture.
It is a resist skill, and if you wanted to spend an attribute bene on it, it would be intellect.
Too late, I already rolled.
Okay.
I feel like this happens
theme
all
here.
the time.
You seem slightly impulsive.
Maybe. I rolled a 2.
All right.
I have 7 total.
Glasses?
6.
All right. You are having a hard time seeing each other with this incredible strobe effect of lights and colors and moving things. And Morthed, you are walking a bit to, you're just walking trying to follow Kessa, but which one's Kessa and which one is one of these neon enticements? You feel a knife push itself into the back of your hand, and she goes, "This way, don't follow them. Come on, this way." So you're going to take an injury, and this injury will stay with you. It won't heal for a little while. And she keeps the knife in the back of, just the tip of the knife in the back of your hand as she basically leads you out of this and to the left. As soon as you've left whatever that corridor is, the illusion disappears, and what you see behind you is a mass of chicken wire, and it looks like demons that have been nailed to the wall. They're bleeding all over the chicken wire, and you see a really gaunt, sallow-looking character sitting in the back. As soon as you cross, he's like, "Kessa, you could have said they weren't customers. I wouldn't have pissed away some magic. Fuck, stop it." Kessa turns around, "Fuck you, Clyde." And you continue off the bat. From here, it looks like you're into the building itself. You start going up, and this is just tenement living. There is house after little itty-bitty house after little bitty house, all stacked up next to one another. Most of the walls are broken through. You can look through them into the living rooms and houses. There aren't doors. There are usually curtains here. There's a lot of what you believe are supposed to be like magic-looking sigils that hopefully would have a curse to keep people from going in and stealing stuff. There's a bunch of people just staring at you from behind there, but nobody's moving. As soon as you come near, they all just stop and watch you. They're not sure if you're dangerous or if you're prey.
We come in peace.
Ah, so you're prey. Got it. But they're not fooled. They can see the machetes on your head. She walks until she finds a place where it looks as though at one point there was a family, but somehow the roof collapsed in, and it's since become a stairway up to the second floor. She turns and she's like, "If we take the actual stairways, we've got to pay a toll. This is much cheaper. See, I'm saving you money everywhere we go, boss." She brings you up a floor, and then at each floor there's something different. In one room, there's a bunch of people who have to lift you up onto the next floor so that way you can get to the next floor. And step after step, you are slowly raised up this building. When you get to what you believe is like the 5th floor or so, things become a lot calmer. There's a lot fewer people here, and the people you see there's something different about them. Oh yeah, they're not emaciated. They look muscled. They look hard. They look dangerous. Their walls are solid. You can't see through into them. The doors are solid. You can't just open them. It also seems as though they have working locks. The rooms are much larger, and the hallways here are much larger. You walk through it quietly. Every now and then somebody opens the door and just stares at you as you go by. But eventually you arrive at the entrance to the 6th floor. And she shakes her head and she says, no, you guys are going to have to go through here. And I've got to tell you, there's no easy way to do this. I just have to tell you that the bloke who lives in here deserves to die. I mean, there's a lot of people on this floor that deserve to die, but this person especially. So I'm going to knock on the door. He's going to do something terrible to me. Come in, kill him, rescue me. It's the best way. If you want to get to the Keladine, it's the best way.
Okay, so before she knocks on the door, I would like to cast a spell. That is the spell. Where is it? There. General Casement. That surrounds me in a protective barrier, which gives me +2 armor.
Excellent.
For like a long time, because this sounds like a dangerous person.
All right.
And I pull out a crossbow. So it's like.
All right, Morthed, would you like to summon a demon or something, a creature to help you?
Yes, I would.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, though, for other powers that I've got, such as create protective circle, does that require sorcery?
That does not. The creative circle just takes longer. If you want to do a summoning with something that's really dangerous, you can put down the protective circle, and you can either stand inside of it to protect yourself from things outside, or summon something inside of that protective circle so that you are better protected.
Gotcha. Okay.
Ski, you have 1 hour.
Thank you for the warning.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to try and summon, I guess, one of those 4 things that I've got on my sheet.
So if you summon guard, it will protect you. It won't attack unless you are attacked, and it will only attack the things that attack you.
Gotcha. What does aid do?
Aid will help you do something. So if you needed to bust down a door, if you needed to, let's say somebody spilled a bowl full of beans and a fairy had tasked you to count all the beans, aid could help. That's what aid would be, is the creature would count the beans for you.
Okay.
If
That's
you
not going to help me.
No, not here.
Yeah, let's go with guard.
Okay.
So is it harder if I try to summon something specific?
If you have a goal in mind, you can kind of say, I want something that's really good at fighting, or I want something that's armored. But that's about as specific as you can get, unless you know names. If you have the names of specific spirits, you can summon them.
I'd like to... We're just trying to see which one's better. I have like a list of 4.
Perfect. Yeah, definitely get one of them then.
I'll just go with the first one on the list. I'd like to summon Skarn.
Okay.
It's a wolf. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead and tell me about him. I don't have his thing in front of me.
The spirit is a wolf-like beast with eyes like twin orbs resembling the pale sun. It often serves a companion to figures of authority or power.
Nice. It's from the pale sun then? It's a spirit of death?
Yes.
Nice.
I think they all are for Morthed.
Oh, that's right. Morthed's a pale summoner. Pale goetic.
So I got something really weird from last time. I wasn't supposed to summon her, was I?
No, but you can. Just because you have a theme that you normally summon from the pale, you can always summon from any sun. Gotcha. And each sun has a couple things that they do a bit better and a bit worse. You quickly sketch out the summoning circle, put it down, and you call out the name, and Skarn appears and grimaces at you. The wolf thing is definitely a creature of death. You can see its ribs, you can see little holes in it, and it smiles at you. Morthed, welcome. It's been a little while since you called. I've missed you.
Aww.
Shall we have some fun? What would you have me do for you? Should I take others to the Pale Lands on your behest?
I need you to guard me. And yes, you will have food.
Excellent. If I am allowed to eat what I kill, and you promise that I can kill something, then I shall consider that my payment for this job.
Then we have a deal.
We have a deal. The magic sigil disappears, and Skarn wanders over to your side, as now you remember he has done many times in the past. It feels good to have him there again. At some point, if you ever become a more powerful goetic, you can envision having groups of him around you, a whole pack of Skarns.
Necromancer, basically.
Yeah. But
Sounds
necromancer with machetes.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Awesome.
Anybody else have anything to prep? All right. Kessa walks up to the door. There's silence for a minute, and then you hear a key rattling, and you hear this whispering voice. Who is it? Kessa says, "It's me, Kessa." Kessa, it's been a few years since you've been here. Have you finally given up? I tried to talk you into ending yourself so many times, and you never did. Down in the alleys where I found you and your brother. She's like, "Shut up. I've come here. I just want to get this over with, eh?" Such a hurry now. Maybe I should do it slowly. I gave you an option of doing it fast long ago, and you said no. Maybe I should. She's like, "I can leave, you know. I don't have to do this." Fine. The door opens, and on the other side of it, you see, it looks as if skeletons were made out of thin gelatin. They're so translucent that the skeletons almost seem to float in the air. Their eyes are missing. Instead, what you see is it looks like paste, white paste dripping out of their eye sockets and dripping from them onto the floor. They kind of hover there. Each of them has something wrong with them. Knives, poison, nooses. And as soon as they see her, they look past and they see you. One of them says, "You have lied to us." Initiative.
And Sooth.
Sooth and Mordred, if you could roll 2 initiatives, one for you. Oh, yeah, one for you and one for Skarn, please. And I believe,
Okay.
who is next for this?
I did the last one.
All right, so either Morthed or Gemner.
I guess I will call that out. Can you split the deck in half?
Absolutely, I can.
And then pull 3 from the bottom. Sorry, the bottom of the
half.
the split. Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
Excellent. The card is the Eternal Mountain. It is, again, a boost to the family of visions.
Ah.
It boosts green powers and penalizes pale.
Ooh, penalized fail.
And I believe this is on the pale sun.
It is.
Ark. Okay.
How do I know what color my weave is?
Weaver's magic isn't real magic. There's a couple strange places where Weaver effects don't interact with magic in the way that other things would. This is one example. Another example is there are a bunch of secrets that boost magic, and they don't work for Weaver magic. So Weaver aggregates are slightly different. They're just off from normal magic, so you get neither bonus nor penalty. All right.
Quick question. How does secrets work?
Hidden knowledge or secrets?
Secrets.
Secrets are interesting little bits of special powers that your character learns, and
feats.
they just happen.
Okay.
Most of them are on all the time. There's some that you have to use specifically in your house or only benefit you in certain circumstances.
I didn't realize I had the secret last time.
Oh, what is it?
When I hold a weapon in each hand,
Oh,
I can
that's
make
it.
2 attacks in a single action, which we already read. But alternatively, you could use both weapons to make 1 attack, but inflict damage equal to the better of the 2 weapons plus 3.
Yeah, that's it. We have an apostate that has that. I was trying to think of it, but forgot it. Also, Gemner, now that we're way involved in the game and it's probably less useful for you, as an apostate, if I ever draw a card that you don't like, if from the Sooth deck, if I draw a Sooth card and it says it penalizes you, you could just decide at that moment that fate is a silly thing and it doesn't apply to you.
Yep.
Nice.
No problem. No problem.
Everybody else has to obey the cards, but apostates can be like, oh, tarot cards, who believes in those? Oh, it's for my benefit? I totally believe in that. Did you know I'm a Sagittarius? And get all the benefits. So.
All right. Great.
All right. Starting, who has the highest initiative? What did you guys roll?
A 5.
6.
So Gemner had the 5?
Yeah.
Michael a 6.
Morthed had a 2, and Skarn, just out of curiosity, because he's a pale summon, I'm assuming he gets affected by the negative.
Yeah.
Okay, so then his total is 7.
All right. Kessa goes on 4, and the ghosts all go on 4 also. So we start with Skarn. Before
he's
anything
guarding
else,
me, so I'm not being attacked. He's doing nothing.
Exactly. And you can tell that he knows this exactly. He looks up at you with kind of this amused glint in his eye, like, I would kill them, but they have been quite behaving well so far. Next is Glassmiss. Glass.
So how many things are there?
There are a total of 6 of these ghastly skeletons that you can see.
Okay.
There may be more behind the door that you haven't seen. The door opens up, but you don't have a perfect view in there.
So I will, I'm going to weave together love and understanding.
All right.
And I'm going to make the gas thing that's like closest to us understand how much the gas thing next to them loves them, and cause them to lose their turn because they're having this sudden realization of love.
All right. So are you the one? Yeah, Glass only has a few sorcery. That's right. All right. Go ahead. I think that is probably going to be a level 3 spell.
Yep.
So go ahead and roll. When you cast spells,
Mm-hmm.
so many little rules to this game that we keep forgetting. When you cast spells, you get to add the level of the spell to your dice roll. Morthed, when you attack with your machetes, you also get to add the level of your machetes to your attack.
Oh.
So what is the-
if you attack somebody with a shovel, it's probably not going to do much.
No, that doesn't give a
So what
bonus.
does adding the level of the spell to the roll do?
So when
Is it
you
just
roll the dice, it just adds right on there. It's like a skill. So if you cast a level 3 spell, it's like having a plus 3 in that skill.
And I think with magic you have to roll 2, right?
You have to roll 2. If you cast really powerful spells, you may actually roll more than 2 dice. However,
Okay.
when you cast spells, all the dice are magical dice. So a roll of 0 causes a flux.
Okay.
A roll of 2 zeros causes
It's a
worse.
double flux. If you roll 3 zeros, you are really fluxed.
And reality.
That should be on a 2.
I rolled a 9, a 9 and a 6, so that would be a 12 and a 9.
That is excellent. So one of the things you can also do with aggregates, and I don't mean to be taunting you with this, but if you had more sorcery pool in this character, you could also say, if I have this effect at level 3, I could spend an extra point or 2 of sorcery in order to either make it attack things farther away, or the effects to last a little bit longer, or to have a radius of effect and affect more than one target.
Yep.
But this one, the one right inside the door, you hit him, you can see this magic bond of energy flow around it, and it connects to one of the other ones, and it turns and kind of floats to the other one, and you see even more of the big white milky tears come down his face. He goes, I never knew you felt that way about me. The other ghost is like, dude, what? And the first ghost floats towards him. How about we hug it out, bro? And the other's like, no, we're not hugging. Do you not see we're trying to murder someone here? All right, that's on 6. On 5, Gemner goes.
All right, so I have to save my future employee. So I will use my new incantation, So Dark My Eyes, which is a level 7 incantation. Do I still have to roll for effective? It's level 7.
Oh, you still have to roll. It's
Oh.
pretty likely going to be
All right.
way more than enough to hit these guys.
I can strike up to 3 nearby targets, so I'd like to choose 3 of the skeletons, not the one that's been basically
Fallen in
charmed.
love. What about the one that it's in love with? Do you want to potentially damage that one? Should you avoid that one too?
If I have the choice not to and still have to hit 3 targets?
Yep, still can.
All right, I'll go for that. I roll my dice. Oh.
You roll 2 dice and make sure you add 7 to it.
So that's a 14 and a 12 total.
Jeez.
Yeah, but level 7.
Your eyes turn light eating black, like black holes. And all 3 of the ghosts, what happens to them?
They take 4 points of damage and lose their next action.
All right.
Yeah. And that's it.
All right. You watch as all 3 of them kind of reel back in shock and kind of grab their heads and
Nice.
That was on 5. On 4, it's only one spirit left who isn't either stunned, trying to hug another spirit, or trying to avoid being hugged by another spirit. That spirit suddenly becomes, it puts its arms forward, and instead of just 2 thin little gelatinous arms coming forward, it looks like somebody took a dump truck full of trite, full of like goat intestine or sheep intestine, and just this horrible spray of rubbery goo surrounds Kessa, who tries to scream but just gets a bunch of it in her mouth. It wraps around her. You see her arm out, and she's busy stabbing and cutting with that knife of hers, and it just sucks her into the room. You see Kessa is now inside the chest, the skeletal chest of one of the spirits. She's very small. She's kind of ephemeral looking herself, and she's still swinging with her knife, trying to cut her way out. You see her grabbing onto cage ribs and sawing at them or kicking them or headbutting them, swearing the whole time. So that was the monsters and Kessa. Next is Morthed. Morthed, what are you going to do?
Look at Scar and say, I hope you like spirits. I'm going to run into the room, which might be a dumb idea. Who knows?
No, it's awesome.
And I'm going to try and attack the one that grabbed Kessa.
All right, go for it. That's a great idea.
So
are you going to do the double attacks with one? Yeah.
So I'm, again, using the first form and also death in each hand. So that's, 2 attacks, single action.
So if you're going to make 1 attack, and that one attack is just going to do a lot more damage.
Yeah.
It can be done either way, but it's more effective as 1.
Yeah, let's do 1.
It pierces armor better. Stack them together.
8 plus 1 to hit plus... that's damage. Okay, so the +3 is to damage. The +1 is to hit. So 8 plus
And what level
9.
on the machetes does it give a level? Like, are they like level 2 or level 3 or something?
The machetes don't have a level, but the Forte has a level and the Secret has a level.
Okay, I think let's say that the machetes are level 2, so you get a +2 on your roll in addition to that because they're a level 2 weapon.
So 11.
Okay, you run in there. And how much damage does that do?
So that was 5 plus 3 plus 1. So 9 damage.
Right. Excellent.
I'm trying to get the rib out.
All right. You power into this thing and just wreck it. Whatever magic it has that was holding Kessa in there shatters like fragile glass. The spirit kind of floats apart from itself until it disappears into silence. Kessa hits the ground covered with bits of tripe-looking meat, pale and kind of rubbery slime. She coughs. She's like, "Thanks. That's really useful. Oh, I hate that." All right. None of them can do anything. You haven't been attacked, so Skarn still doesn't do anything. That's the end of the round.
Nice.
Soothcard, you have 45 minutes.
Soothcard. Next is Gemner. Which one are we taking?
The first one.
Broke the cycle.
What?
Combo breaker.
This is a terrible one. You're screwed now. Look what happens. This is the
Mysterious
mysterious rune.
Oh no.
It is the family of throwing stars, ninja throwing stars. I'm pretty sure that's the family. Isn't that the family,
That's
Steve?
me.
Secrets.
Secrets. It is a boost to red powers and a penalty to blue powers. So a bonus to destruction, a penalty to thought.
And we're actually on the Pale Sun now. We were on the Gray Sun previously.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
You said a boost to red?
A boost to red. So
Perfect.
if you have if you have red powers and effects, this is where they shine. They get to be +1 level, which often does +1 damage or something. All right, roll initiative.
Yeah.
So Morthed is 5, Skarn is 3.
Ooh. Gemner is also free.
Last mist is 8.
All right. So the very first action goes to Glass Mist. Glass Mist, what are you doing?
I'm going to use an incantation.
That's one of those old-fashioned
How
light bulbs,
many-
right?
How many of the gas things are in short distance?
They're all within short distance.
Okay, cool. When an incantation says +1 die, does that mean that I would roll 2 dice?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I'm doing sharp edges in the first frost.
That's cool. I love the
Yeah.
spells. The names of the spells are so cool in this.
Yeah. So I roll 2 die. It's a level 4, but actually it's level 5 because it's red.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
So I got a 3 on one and a 7 on the other one.
So a 9 and a 12. That's definitely enough to affect these things. What
Cool.
damage does it do? Or what
It
effects?
does. So it does 4, but that's increased, right?
Yep, does 5.
Okay. A wave of cold spreads out a short distance, inflicting 5 points of damage.
All right. All of the spirits, all the ghostly things that are here look pretty wounded from that. Some of them, the ones that were hit with the Eyes of Darkness last round, looked very damaged.
Nice.
Cool.
All right, that was on 8. On 8, they attack. So the one that was all lovey-dovey comes up and hugs the other one. See, we'll just hug it out. We'll just hug it out. The other ghast, who just looks really put upon, does his attack while being hugged. It's just how it is. All right, I think there's enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll say each of you gets attacked once, including Skarn. Skarn gets his own ghastly hit.
Okay.
Each of you needs to roll a resist roll. So if you have the resist skill, otherwise you can spend intellect to get a bene on this. But if this is anguish causing, it might be just better to save the intellect for absorbing the damage later on. Either way.
And of course, Gemner knows that gas are actually not very effective against minds that have a grandiose vision of them.
So
Now-
megalomaniacs are, get a bonus here. Got it.
Of course.
All right, go ahead and spend your hidden knowledge.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, go ahead and tell me what your rolls are as soon as you get them.
Okay. Morthed is 3 and Skarn is 6.
All right, Skarn is fine. You are not fine. I'll tell you the effects in a minute. Everybody else?
Glassmith got 8.
8.
Gemner is 6.
Gemner 6. You guys are okay. Everybody who succeeded on their dodge takes 1 point of anguish, so it's just an injury. Morthed, as you are sitting there, as you're working to fight, move towards the next gas so you can kill it, whatever this strange power is waves over you, and you think back to really dark periods in your life when you maybe didn't have much hope or anything to be joyous about. And it's as if this power reaches into you and pulls all of this sadness and self-loathing out. And now there is another of these skeletal, ghastly things here, completely new and fine.
Oh.
And you also take 3 anguish, which will become 1 wound, so you can just spend an intellect, Dene, in order to wipe that out.
Okay. I will spend that intellect then.
All right, on 8. That's all for 8. So our next player up is Morthed on 5. What are you doing?
I will swing at whatever is near me.
The one closest to you is the one that's hugging it out with the other one.
Oh yeah, screw that.
All right.
I'm going to attack. There's 2, right?
Correct. One
so
of them
attack
is...
one of each. There we go.
Okay.
Death in each hand. Oh, okay. I think they're both going to miss. One's a 0 and the other one's a 2. But if you add the numbers up.
Martial arts, weapons.
Yeah, the one's a 3 and the other's a 5.
Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss.
I was very affected by whatever just happened.
It was a deeply emotional moment. You can understand. I was on 5, but now you haven't been attacked. Oh, you've definitely been attacked, so Sparn will definitely be fighting. Next is initiative 3, which is Gemner and Skarn. Starting with Gemner.
All right. I got my crossbow, so I will shoot at one of the ones that I hit with my eye beams.
All right, go ahead and roll. A crossbow is, I believe, level 4.
It's got a plus 3, so level 3.
Plus at level 3. Okay.
And I will also spend an accuracy to hit.
All right.
Oh, that's a 0, so that's 4 total.
Twang! Somewhere way off in the back of the dark room, a crossbow bolt buries itself in here. Some of the guests look at each other and then look at you guys like, aren't you supposed to be really good at this fighting thing?
I'll just take a few steps back and need a moment to compose myself for the next shot.
All right. Next is Skarn. Skarn. Come on, Wolf Doggy, do something. Get him.
Yeah. And he will leap at whatever attacked us.
Okay.
I'm assuming he knows.
Yep.
So do I roll for that, or
You
does
do. Just it is a level 3 summon, so you get to
add 3?
Just add 3 to it. Yeah.
So 8 plus 3 is 11.
Mm-hmm.
Does that hit? Okay.
Definitely.
That's a bite. It's 5 points of damage and pulls full to the ground, where all actions are -3 until they break free with a physicality-based action.
Whoa.
Awesome. All right. You, Skarn leaps up, grabs one of these ghasts around the neck, drags it down to the floor and savages it, but that is enough to disintegrate it. It breaks up into little screaming bits of plasma and ectoplasm and vanishes into the darkness of the room.
Good boy.
He licks the
On
ground.
0, Kessa stands up from out of the slime puddle she's in, looks around, and says, "Okay, it's one of these things. Just destroy it all." She goes over, and there's actually a really nice-looking ottoman in this room. She goes over there, and she just picks it up, and she starts slamming it into the floor and the walls, just trying to break this stupid piece of furniture, taking her knife, cutting up the upholstery. She keeps looking at the gas. She's like, "Damn it, this isn't it." You have no idea what she's talking about. All right, next round, Inish.
Oh.
And we will go back to Morthed. Morthed, what card should we pull? Choose a card, any card.
Oh, sorry.
You're on
Let's go 6 from the top.
6 from the top.
So looks like they might be bound to an object in his room or something, as he's destroying objects, I guess.
The imprisoning ice. That is the family of wacky wall walkers. Notions. And it is a boost to red again and a penalty to blue
It is
again.
on the red sun, so that is a +2 red.
So for the notions, is that a positive or a negative?
Positive. This is a positive. So you get a +1 on all actions.
+1 notions, +2 red. So if a notions person is doing red, it's +3.
Holy shit.
I guess
All
that's
right.
I guess that's one way I could cast a spell higher is if I was if
There we
it
go.
was my family, then I could do a level 4 spell instead of a level 3.
And if it was a double boosted thing like that, you could do all the way up to level 6 if everything was just perfect.
Well, but weavers don't have colors, so
Oh, that's right. You still have general spells. You have spells, just normal spells too.
really?
Not,
sure you
not
have.
likely on that character sheet.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Hi, kitty.
You have to.
Hi, kitty.
I think
Oh, you're so
like
cute.
that's
Look at
something.
you.
I think
You have
that's
to buy
something you do
spells.
when you get to level 2. You can like
I had a
become familiar with the weave, and then it's like a spell that you do all the time.
big orange kitty like that. Died last year. Very sad.
Oh.
All right. All right. Do we have initiatives? Initiatives.
Glass has 5.
Gemner has 8.
So do I add the notions to my...
Yep.
Okay. I'm still at a 2. I feel like I had all the good rolls at like the very beginning of the game, and now I'm like rolling shit. But
Switched
Scarn
away
did
from your
well.
Google.
Yeah,
What
Scarn
is
did
Scarn?
well. He got a 6.
Okay. Glass.
I had a 5.
Okay. And Gemner had a 3. So I think that's everybody.
No, I had an 8.
Oh,
8.
you had an 8. There we go.
Sir,
8.
8, sir.
you have half an hour.
Yes, we're totally going to get to this. Absolutely no problem. All right, starting with initiative 8. Gemner, be heroic.
All right, I will. I see Kessa do her thing while she's breaking stuff in the room, and I think that's connected to the ghost somehow. So I'll run into the room and look around, see if I see anything that looks interesting, valuable.
Roll a perception check.
This ain't no D&D. All right, that's a 9.
That's good. So a quick look around the place says that there is a pretty junky table and some pretty terrible beat-up chairs. There's a really badly abused and decayed chandelier. On the table, there's a bunch of moldering place settings, except for one place setting that looks really pristine and nice with silver forks and gold-lined plate. But that's not what really gets your eye first. You also see that on a bureau, pretty trashy looking bureau nearby, there's a silver, looks like a stopwatch. And the other thing in the room, kind of, when you first look at it, you think trashy also, but you don't think it actually is. You think it's just really old and valuable. It looks like a grandfather clock, a big grandfather clock. There's not There's not 12 hours on it like there would normally be. There's 17, and there are 4 or 5 different hands on it.
All right.
And did we draw a card for this round?
Yeah, the imprisoning eyes.
Yes.
Okay.
I've got a crowbar in my backpack. Can I use that to smash apart the grandfather clock?
Heck yeah, you can.
All right.
By the power of crowbar!
I feel the power of +2 destruction run through my veins.
So how far? Oh, I guess we're still in turns, right? Never mind.
Yeah.
Do I have to roll to hit it, or?
Yep, sure do. And
Okay.
we'll consider for property destruction a crowbar as a level 4 item.
Oh, nice.
Because it's really kind of meant for destruction, yeah?
It is. And of course,
Sledgehammers.
grandfather clocks, like if you hit them just right on the right side between the plates, that's a weak point. You know?
You're just blowing through your hidden knowledge at light speed.
My cousin made clocks, and
All right.
all right. I rolled a 2, so that's +4 from the thing, +1 from my nose. That's 7 total.
All right, that's pretty good. You slam into this thing, and for a second, nothing happens. It's as if it bounces off, and kind of the crowbar's like. Kessa looks over at you, and she goes, "Oi, that's it. It's gonna break open. Watch out!" The whole thing shatters like it was glass under pressure, and behind it is this sea anemone of horror. It's covered with millions of tentacles. It has a giant mouth that's just lined with teeth facing inwards, and each of the tentacles ends in what looks like almost a scorpion stinger. The whole thing screams at you like, "Wah!" And the tentacles reach out towards you. As soon as it does this, all of the ghasts disappear. And Kessa says, "They're nothing but projections. They're like spores from this thing. That's what we gotta kill."
You should have said that earlier.
I've never been in here. I just heard rumors. All right, so that was on 8. 7, 6, 6 is Glass. Glass, what are you doing?
How big is the thing?
Now that it is exposed in its real form, it is about 8 feet in diameter. It completely covers the far wall like some horrible tentacly blister.
I forget, what is depletion? How does depletion work again?
How long it
So
lasts.
if you cast a spell that has depletion, it means it endures for a period of time. At the end of each round, you will roll a d10, and if it is that number or lower, then the spell ends.
Okay. This one's check each hour.
Yeah, so it's a nice long spell. That's a good one.
So I'm going to do that.
All right.
I'm going to center this right on this guy. Teeth grow sharper in the depths.
Oh,
Level
cool.
8 ephemera. You create a wall made of churning water 4 feet thick that fits within a medium area. Moving through it requires a successful movement action. Challenge 8. The water is filled with toothy fish like barracuda and viper fish, so anyone moving through it also suffers 8 points of damage. No dodge possible.
Said give them whatever they found.
I put it right on it.
All right. Make a roll. I mean, at +8, you're highly unlikely to fail, but I can always help. I can always hope for 2 zeros.
That's true. That would be fun.
It's level 8, so you actually roll 3 dice. That should be,
oh, really?
Oh shit!
Jeez.
So,
There's one of those really obscure, hard to find rules in there that you get 2 dice at medium levels, but at 8+, you start getting 3 dice.
So the first total is 13. The second total is 9, and the third total is 8. So I did get 1
You
0.
get 1 0. So you did get a flux.
I did get a flux.
All right. So you say, "This ephemera will solve all of our problems. Behold, wall of barracuda." Barracuda. This wall of churning water just filled with vicious little fish appears, and one fish appears on Glass's ear and starts biting noisily. So you take 1 point of damage this round. One injury.
Does my armor do anything with that?
Totally, completely negates it. The fish is just chewing on your diamond-laced ear to no effect. But it makes a really gross sound in your ear.
It's very loud, yeah.
Oh, come on.
Can't hear anything over there now.
So that is just going to be a nightmare for the nightmare you've uncovered. Over on the far side, all of its tentacles are trapped in the water, and you see the fish and the little spiky tentacles going at it. It looks like a jacuzzi that somebody put a couple extra jacuzzis in. It's just this wall of froth. Every now and then a fish flips out. Kessa goes over there and kicks the fish back in, and just pieces, tentacly bits flying off. You hear screaming from the monster on the other side of the water wall, and the whole thing just gets rended down to little scraps of flesh. When it all settles, there's a calm wall of water, and in the water are the fattest piranha you have ever seen. They're each so chonk that their sides stick out of the water, and you see little flippers just in the air. They can't even turn themselves because there's nothing for them to flip against. They just kind of float in the water. And the thing has been, I don't know if you've ever seen ostrich skin shoes. Hi, Cattail. Ostrich skin shoes have those little puckered bits where the feathers were pulled out. That's what the remnants of the monstrosity behind the clock now looks like. It is quite thoroughly dead, and you have succeeded. Congratulations. Kessa's like, God damn, remind me never to nick anything from your place, boss.
I would assume you wouldn't?
Oh, same here. Totally wouldn't. I'm just saying, if you have other employees, you should remind them that you have friends who can do that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right. So that little puddle of nightmare is going to be there for probably the next 2 or 3 hours at least. Kessa wanders around, looks at things. She pockets the pocket watch and some of the silverware from the table. They just disappear into, you have no idea. Does she have pockets? She must have hidden pockets somewhere because they vanish. And she's like, all right, come in, look at this. And she leads you into the back rooms. And at one point, there were some pretty nice bedrooms here. They have since, of course, fallen into decay. The beds caved in and become a moldering pile of feathers. But the wall, like many of the walls in lower levels, has been abused so badly that it's now more holes than it is solid, opaque matter. You see the beams, the structural beams, but in between them, you can see through into the building that neighbors this one. The top couple stories of the building next door have been hollowed out and opened to the sky. However, it looks as though somebody has put like a large cloth tent over the top. So in case somebody was up above and getting nosy, they wouldn't see it. In the middle of this huge depression, this giant carved out, what used to be 2 levels of apartment building, is now one giant room. And in the center of it, there is a pile of rubble with the corpse of the sky on it. It looks kind of like a gray, withered cloud. There's a majesty to it, a power to it that says, like if you were to go into the King Tut's tomb or something, yeah, it's a mummy, but there's something about the mummy where you just know that this is not just some court attendant or anything, that this is somebody big and powerful. And that's what this corpse feels like. There must be 15, 20 Kellador down there around it right now. They're walking around it, touching it, saying things. There's Kellador up in the rafters. More interesting than that, though, are the 2 people on the other side of the room. There are 2 Kellador there. Both of them are wearing, it looks like some type of chest plate made out of articulating copper or silver plates tied around their waist. One of them is like, no, you can't just bury this thing. That is not how it works. We need the sky. The decay is setting in. Within a few hours, the sky will be unflappable. We won't be able to go and fly up anymore. We can't just bury this. We need the corpse to make it anew. It's the easiest way to bring the next sky back. The other one's, no, this sky has died. It served for so long. I am the keeper of names. This is what we will do. We will find one of the buildings, not here. The hollow is not good enough. We'll find a rich man's building. We'll put the corpse in there and we will set it ablaze and it will become a pyre. And this will be enough to bring the new sky in. The first Cardell is, no, if you do that, the next sky will be a choking sky of fire and ashes. None of us can fly in that. I am the keeper of memories. I remember these things. And the two of them are arguing. You see, did you have a question?
No. I was going to try and, wait, they're above us, is that right?
Nope. So you are looking through a hole in the wall, and down from you is the floor. So you are kind of on the you're on the 6th floor.
Okay.
The building next to you is also 6 stories tall, but the 6th and 5th floor have been collapsed together.
Okay.
So you're looking down, and on the 5th floor, they built this little dais of rubble, and the corpse of the cloud is on that dais, but it's still below you, at least mostly probably like 7 or 8 feet below you.
But is there like a connection between these two buildings so we can?
Yep. They bordered right next to one another, and the destruction of this wall means you can see right directly into this one.
Is it big enough for us to crawl through?
No, but it's in such sad shape that if you wanted to, you could kick it down, or if you took a bit of time, you could probably quietly worm away some of the mortar and wood and make a place where you could silently crawl through.
Crowbar.
You mean like
the loud
yank
method.
it?
No, that's help. It's also for the quiet option.
Okay.
It helps.
I mean, I've got a stick and a couple of knives.
If we want the loud option, I can get us some sledgehammers pretty quick.
I've also got a foot, I think that it might work. Do we want to go the loud option, or do we want to go the hush hush?
I mean, there were like 25 to 30 of these guys down there.
A lot of guys down there. None of them are magical, but that doesn't mean they can't kill you.
Well, see, this is the thing. They're trying to solve the problem that we're also trying to solve, which is trying to get the sky back. Now, we just want to take the sky and then replace it, right? So we can work with them to try and figure out how we can both be happy.
And that certainly seems like a path forward. However, while you are quietly whispering this to one another, on the other side, you see that the speaker of the dead, the one who wants to burn it, makes a subtle beak gesture at one of the other Kelador. And while the speaker of memories, the keeper of memories, is busy trying to, no, listen to me, I am the keeper of memories, the other guy nods a beak, and you see another Kelador come up behind him, grab his arms, bend them behind his back, and tie them up. What are you
kicked
doing?
down the wall.
What? No! I would like to stop Morthed.
All right, so the two of you are quietly wrestling. No, get back!
No. There's like 24 of these birds. They'll stab us to death.
Okay. How do we do this? We need to get over there quickly.
I need to check real quick. Pim, did you have a hard stop coming up here in 15 minutes?
15 minutes, yeah. 15, 20 minutes tops. So.
Okay.
I think we can make that. So like I try to calm Morthed down. Okay, I know this is gonna sound strange, but there is something called the quiet option. Like
says the one with
what is the quiet option?
It's the option where we don't get jumped by the 30 bird people with spears who jab us to death.
But we're going.
There's also the element of surprise.
Exactly. It's
I mean the loud element of surprise.
Back in the day, I used to do this thing called stealth. It's where you move quietly and don't get seen. I'm trained in that. So my proposition is that, like, I mean, you know, that one guy that just got tied up. He seems okay. He wants the same thing, but I don't think he's in charge anymore. He's tied up.
But if we help him, specifically just get rid of the guy that's on him, maybe the others will turn around.
Yeah, but we don't know that for sure.
Okay, we don't have time. We need to make a decision.
Look,
How do we get over there and help? Like, right now.
Okay, all we have to do is help the sky. Like, these bird people, they have their own problems. Like, don't worry. All right. So, this is what we do. Look, I got the snow globe. It's amazing. I can put the sky in it. Yeah. So if you guys can like create a distraction or something.
Okay, I kicked down the distraction made.
That's all you
go.
needed to say. Done.
Done.
Boom, baby.
Like, okay.
Stop! You can't kill the sky. Sorry, you can't get rid of the body that way.
I mean, if you're gonna bust into a room and distract people, you should say something really weird like, "Stop! He's my love child." And then
Stop,
just be
that's
so
my
cold.
body.
Yeah.
All right, you kick in, the wall just shatters in front of you because it's old and dilapidated. You're not really sure how this building is still standing in the first place. You kick through and you jump through. Glass, are you doing the same?
Yeah, I'm gonna do some parkour all over the place. Like I'm gonna go full on distraction mode. She's yelling at them and saying no, and I'm just like making some weird noises and hopping and flipping and running around.
All right, you Woody Woodpecker your way around the room. Morthed, you go in with machetes out. Go!
No, I just jump in. I was like trying to be like, just stop. I'm not like, hey, I'm like menacing, brandishing shit.
Are you gonna like maybe?
I'm trying to talk
there
sense into them, going like, no, you can't do this.
Okay. Go ahead and make an interaction check. Do you have any social skills? Oh, you have oratory, don't you?
That's Gemner.
That's
Yeah, I
Gemner.
was gonna say that's not me.
Do you
I
have
am not the
intimidation?
talking person,
She has
no.
deception.
Yeah.
I am the talking person.
I also
Or, no,
have
no, that's
deception.
Glass Mist.
No,
Oh,
I have climbing, running, stealth.
Stealth. Wait. What was that word again?
Stealth. Stealth.
Stealth. I thought I heard a. All right.
I don't think that's the right thing for this situation. We don't have time.
It's
All right,
a
so
sub-skill
go ahead.
under running on the sheets, so
Go
gotta be
ahead
running
and roll a d10 if you want to spend a sortilege to get a second dice.
I do.
If you want to spend interaction to get a bene for this, both of those things would be a good idea. If you want to spend a hidden knowledge,
Are we still on the red?
yes.
Okay. So that adds 2 to my roll, right? Well, no,
Yeah.
1.
That's not
Plus-
because
plus
it's red.
one.
That's because it's your family.
Yeah,
It's
the
the
notion.
family of
Notion.
Right.
notions.
So 9.
Very nice. All right, you're going there. Stop! You cannot do this. Anything else? What else are you saying? Go for it.
I did not think this through.
I don't think
But
you should say
you gotta stop.
All right.
You can't burn the body. We need it to make a new sky.
All
Believe
right,
him.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
I like the honesty of I did not think this through.
All right, Glass, are you doing anything this round? Oh, you're doing the ricocheting, distracting. All right.
Yep.
Gemner, are you just...
Do they seem distracted by Glass and Morthed?
Yeah. Of course, she didn't go very far in, so...
I will jump down.
Okay. There we go. Now you could sneak in if you wanted to sneak in.
I do, because I think I might actually have something that can help us save the sky, actually.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do the thing where I'm kind of like the bad guy, but also the good guy. My plan is to stealth in there and get next to the body and like steal a little bit, like in the deal, and then use something that I think might be able to save this guy. So, can I do that all in once, or?
No, but you can certainly make the stealth roll. Go ahead and make the stealth roll.
All right, I will do that. And I will.
You get a big bonus from the ricocheting glass mist, and you get a bonus from Morthed and her loud pronouncement.
Okay, and I will also spend a movement Benny, and I have my stealth skill, and I will use sword lich because all in.
Don't forget to say which die is the magic one.
Yeah, no, I have the magic and non-magical dice. So that's +2 from me and 2 dice. How much do I add from their distraction?
3 for glass mist and 2 for Morthed, so total 5.
Wow, so that's a
Well,
+7 on 2 dice.
this round of surprise is quite surprising.
So I got an 8 and a 13.
Excellent. So you stealth in. Before you head out, Kessa's like, Bugger, you and your friends are just ass bit crazy, aren't you? Are you all just complete lunatics?
Shut.
She stays right behind you, way quieter than you, and just keeps up this running, quiet monologue of, you're all balmy, every single one of you, barking mad. You're like dogs frothing at the mouth, but somebody wiped your mouth off, so I didn't realize you were all fucking maniacs.
Well, as long as
none
she...
of this.
So that's all going on quietly there. The keeper of the dead, the keeper of names, looks over at you and says, you know nothing about our people. Nothing. We are creatures of the sky. What would you know about creating a new sky? Nothing. The keeper of memories says, that's why you have me. I know how to bring the sky back. The corpse makes it so much easier.
Listen
Please.
to him. Listen to him.
All right. At the beginning of this round, the keeper of secrets, the keeper of the names, the keeper of the dead says, he has misled us before. He did not predict the fall of our world.
And neither have you.
Kill him. So some of the Kelador guards are going to kill him if you don't interfere.
Oh.
So, initiative.
Oh, damn.
And Sooth?
And Sooth. For Sooth,
Nice.
I believe this is
The
the
Gold
last.
Sun.
4 from the top.
It's got a kitty. The tyrannical clock.
Oh, okay. I see the clocks.
The family of wacky wall walkers.
Notions.
Notions. And this is
Invisible.
the invisible sun. So some powers are not tied to any aspect, but are just pure magic. That is invisible. So you might have a spell effect that powers on invisible.
Morthed
Right.
total is a 5.
Total is a 5. All right.
And Skarn is a 6.
Excellent.
Gemner is also a 5.
All right. Glass.
9.
Very nice. And Kessa got a 5. All right. Starting with Glass, who is just super speedy, zip, zip, zip.
We still need to kind of keep up the distraction, I think. But I think trying to...
But it might be more important to maybe get the keeper of
Memories from being dead.
That's what I was thinking. Like, I think saving him would be a pretty good distraction.
It's true.
All my fun tricks are done.
What are your aggregates?
Oh,
Heart and challenge.
yeah. Oh, I meant my
Ephemera.
ephemera. All my useful ephemera are gone.
What about your forte? Anything from your forte that would be useful?
Well, my forte is just from hitting people, which is it's still useful, but it's just hitting people.
It's a bit fighty. You could
Yep.
always just grab the Kelador and run.
No, I'm gonna try the love trick on the keeper of what's the
That's awesome. The keeper of names, which
keeper
is
of
the keeper
names.
of dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing for with the love and understanding.
Awesome. Do it. Make a roll. Add +3 to it.
2, right? First one is magic, no zeros. 9 and 10.
Oh, yep, that does it. All right. You stop your zipping around the rooms and with a Jackie Chan grin say, I think you two like each other more than you let on. Surrounded, the keeper of secrets, keeper of memories is surrounded by a cloud for a second, and you see the love magic flow over around the keeper of names. So it's like, no. It goes around him. He's like, I'm really jealous that everybody respects you because you remember things. I just remember names. I'm not nearly as important. I gotta tell you, man, I'm actually I love you too much. I'm just jealous of you. You hear a couple other Keller around the room go, aww. All right, that was on 9, 8, 7, 6. 6 is Skarn. Nobody's attacked you yet, so Skarn is just sitting there looking at you.
He jumps down and just stares at them.
Very good at just being like a noble-looking, if slightly dead wolf.
Very loyal.
It makes a good picturesque pose. You put your hand on his head. I am here to distract you.
Objection! I came down and yelled objection.
So there's a whole batch of people on 5. We'll start with Morthed. Morthed, what are you gonna do?
I try to. I mean, can I get them off of the keeper of memories or whatever?
Sure. You want to go and just defend him?
Yeah. I was like, let go of him! Stop!
All right. Yeah, perfect. You don't even need to spend anything for that. You just go there and you tell everybody, like, hey, if you attack me, the dog attacks you. That's how this works. Gemner.
All right. So, am I? Did I reach the body?
This round you can. Is that what you want to do?
Oh man, I still have to move more. Yeah, I need to get to it. So yeah.
Make a stealth check. The distraction is less this round. Now we're down to a +4 instead of a +5.
I will spend another sword lich. We need this to work. And another movement point. Yeah. Ooh, so how much do I still get from distraction?
+4.
Oh, +4. Oh, that's makes it 8 and 7 total.
8 was the target number, so you just made it. The crumbling ruins here make it very hard to stealth in the first place. And even though they're pretty solidly distracted, crumbling sounds from behind people make them look. But you managed to sneak down. Kessa continues to be right behind you the whole time. Every now and then she goes like, you are making too much noise. Why aren't you like a water buffalo? Have you actually tried to stealth anywhere in your entire life? You know, you wouldn't last 10 minutes in the hollow if it weren't for me. You stealth down there. You are now at the cloud.
Okay, cool. Can I still do something then? Or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So first I take out the, what was it, snow globe? And I'll touch it against the body, I think it was, or no?
All right, it takes 2 points of sorcery out from you when you touch it.
Okay, yeah, to open it, right?
Yep. Do you have 2 points of sorcery?
Oh yeah, and I recharged my sorcery beforehand, so.
Good. The little door opens up.
And I would like to, if I spend some more sorcery, can I manipulate the effect of it putting something inside it to only take some of it?
No.
Some of the cloud? No. It's the whole cloud.
Good idea, but in this case, I'm going to say no because it's more amusing to me.
So it's all or nothing.
One minute.
Yeah.
Which might normally be a GM shift.
Oh,
right.
I will. Yeah, well, but you haven't done it yet. So until you do it, I can't do a GM shift. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You gonna do it? Do it. Come on. I dare you. I mean, go ahead. It's fine.
Mostly because I'm almost out of time. I will take the high road and be the good guy. and will instead take out a poultice named the Restorative of the Gods, which sounds like something that would be helpful. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be enough on its own, but it might be the start of resurrecting this thing. It's a level 8 green potion. This remedy removes any unwanted physical transformation, curses, or bodily maladies, and also heals all wounds. So I just want to like apply the poultice on the thing and let the magic start in and turn around and start orating to the birds and the people's ear. This is your moment. This is your chance. The restorative elements of my magical potion have started.
This round, you put the poultice on. You sneak down there. You put the poultice on.
Sure.
Save the oration for the next round. Loving, crying Kellador up there trying to make peace.
Ski, with him having to go soon, is there anything that you need to deliver before combat continues?
Are you trying to remind me of something subtly?
No, just sometimes you do some kind of wrap up, let people know, or...
No, it is 11. We should probably... so we'll just story tell the rest of this. You give your great speech. You give your great speech. You continue to ricochet around and keep things from going bad. Morthed cuts the Kellador's speaker of memory, keeper of memories, loose, and he says, look, it is already regenerating. And the Kellador turn and look. Before he does this, you see the tips of his wings kind of shimmer a little bit, and you and Kessa suddenly look like Kellador. And he goes, completely without outside interference, the cloud has begun regenerating itself. We must take the cloud now and bring it to the Holy Lands, one of the great temples of the air in the Confederacy of Cloisters. From there, we can do a ritual to restore it to full life. So, you have succeeded in, we'll count this as succeeding as resurrecting this guy. There's a lot of ways you can fail or succeed at this task. We will count this as a success. Thank you for playing. Before we go, Gemner, how did you like the game? What did you think of the game?
I really liked it. Yeah, I wasn't really sure how well the system would work for a one-shot because it's so much narrative and continuity focused. Yeah. But yeah, I think I had fun. It was cool. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We decided that if we put a lot of prep work in, we could probably pull it off.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's where we did. The adventure itself has only a handful of points that are mapped out, and everything else we just kind of ad-lib each time because players do weird shit, yo.
We do.
This came out very differently from last year's game, although they also succeeded at the very last second.
I don't remember what we did though.
I think one of you.
Oh, that's right. One of them
sacrificed themselves.
Somebody became the sky.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
One of them had that.
That is the
that
path for
character arc.
redemption.
Oh, is that it?
Which that's what I was supposed to do, but I was like, I'm gonna go down whatever path we see.
I'm gonna go down the path that doesn't end with me dying.
Whatever works, man. It's as long as we get the sky back.
So normally what would happen at this point is we would have your character arcs and we'd say, you've made your character arcs, you failed your character arcs, and we'd hand out despair and joy. Also, at the end of each gaming session, we go to each player and we say, what did you think about today's session? Was this more filled with joy or more filled with despair for you? And we give out a point of joy or a point of despair. What we've found in our campaign is that actually is too slow. It makes for a bit of a painful, long drag out. We actually do 2.
Yeah.
What did you think? Was this all joy, all despair, or a little bit of A, a little bit of column B?
Definitely 50-50 right here, because throughout the whole entire thing, I felt miserable until the very end.
Perfect, but that's it. This is a really good game for making emotional stories where failing or where despair is important. it's critical, and it makes the characters really cool. It's one of the things I really like about this game. I have my complaints about it, but in general, it's awesome. So
I would say
1-1 for Morthed.
I would say if we glass missed, it would also be 1-1 because it was
1-1.
She had a difficult time getting back into herself from the gray, and then the end was like huge success. So
excellent. And Gemner, what would you think?
Probably just despair.
Because he doesn't get any
No!
I mean, right from the get-go, I fall from one like bad situation, come back into the actuality, another bad situation where I have to run away from, and then
at the
all
end,
your money.
like Han Solo, you act against your own financial well-interests and be the hero that you need to be. You have no idea how we got here, but out of nowhere, Herschel is there at your side. He's like, I knew it, boss. You're a softie at heart. I'll tell Gemner, fuck you. You're not getting any of your money back. Okay? I'll be back. And he takes off.
yes, you go do that. You go to him.
All right. Anything else? Was there any critique or feedback for Steve or I about how this went?
Not specifically how it went, but I just want to play more games with Kessa. I just love that.
Yeah, she's so awesome.
Like
my favorite.
Stealthily keeping along and offering criticisms the whole way.
It was great.
I really like NPCs. I put a lot of love into NPCs.
It stressed me out so much. I was like, I'm rolling great on these stealth checks. He's following me.
I liked, like, especially the beginning when it jumped into the action and it kind of had a direction. In the middle portion, I was a little confused because I wasn't sure what we're supposed to be doing to get to the next step of it. It was kind of like, well, you do this and maybe that will get you some information and maybe this will give you a little bit, but it's like, it feels like as though that portion would have taken longer if it wasn't for this one shot. Like, hey, we only have 4 hours.
Yeah.
And I think that portion could, I don't know if it could have gotten more direction or something along those lines, but it does feel a little bit free form.
Invisible Sun is different in that regard. It a lot of like D&D type of campaigns will lead you through a scenario where the DM has something in mind, you have an adventure, there's a clear path ahead of you. Invisible Sun lets you falter quite a bit to try and figure out what that path is and make your own kind of story.
Right. Also, I think the characters we chose, there's some other characters that have a lot more divination abilities, and I think you guys all chose the fighty types, except for Gemner, who's more of the slapdash bard type. But I think some of the other characters have more divination powers, and so they get more direct hints. I kept asking, does anybody have divination ephemera or powers?
Nope.
And I think just the random choices, I'm like, oh, okay, well.
I mean,
that's the thing. If I had a level 5 spell, I would have been able to get an answer.
I think, definitely
I had the right combination of aggregates. I just needed 5 levels to do it.
I do have something that was like, you send a message to 5 beings you choose, but I was like, I don't know 5 beings. How am I supposed to choose it?
That's useful if you get separated from the party or need to send threatening messages to distant people.
Right.
I was going to say that's one of the difficulties of one-shot versus campaign, because campaign, that middle ground where you're not sure what you're doing, that's like okay in a campaign because everybody has their own character arc and each character arc has several things to be doing. So it's okay to have that, but when you're doing a one-shot, you have to have less of that several things. Like you almost have to railroad it a little.
We might need more bridges and helpers in the short version here.
Yeah. The last group got the Garrett to help them, so they had some direction from the Garrett.
That would probably help a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, Gemner was. I can't do this.
As far as you know, I didn't know the guy.
But it's all the side mission stuff that's the most entertaining that just comes out naturally.
Yes.
Yeah.
I loved like the NPCs, all of the character interactions, how we got through the scenario, especially at the end. where we were fighting with each other on what we're doing next.
It's just like a real adventuring party.
Yeah.
No,
I just love that one of the things I really love about this game is the just kind of infinite possibilities of like people and things. Like,
yeah,
in our campaign, we had a woman that was like she was like a tailor or something, and she had like a salad for a face, and she always had these fantastic dresses, and every time we went to see her, she'd be like, "How do you like my dressing?"
I love it. That's great.
nice. No, I was very impressed with how much surreality you managed to put into every location that you described and every NPC you described, Ski. That was very, very impressive. I still got a lot to work on that front.
Yeah. Surreality.
Thank you.
That's a good name for it.
This is a good world for me. I tend towards the surreal anyways.
Nice.
Thank you all so very much for coming and playing. We will get this posted at some point, hopefully pretty soon, on the Invisible Sun board. So You'll be famous. Hopefully we didn't say anything too embarrassing, and we'll put the Ski swears a lot warning under there. Is there anything else? Otherwise, thank you so much. And, one more thing. Tomorrow we are playing another game, Terran Revenge Fleet, at 2 p.m. Central Time. If you're interested, we still have some slots open. It is about as completely opposite a game as it is possible to be from this, but still a lot of fun and much laughing.
You have 2 stats.
Fighting,
That's great.
not fighting.
I think I will finally be sleeping around that time.
We appreciate you
9
making the
hours.
effort. This was fantastic. It was a good game.
Yeah.
It was great.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm turning off the
Thanks.
recording now.